yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself. Open your eyes. See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself.
Something carry home. I don't want to connect to all that. But I'm going to those. It's not no card in that carry home.
See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself.
Mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check, my people. Kevin, give me the chat there, please, please.
I got you.
Yes, my people. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. And thanks for tuning in to Reason with Ratigan, the place where we inform our people and hold government accountable. Now, if you notice, the set is a bit different. In fact, the set is a lot different because I'm not at home. I'm in a travel status, as I've been telling all of you for the last 3-4 weeks or so that I've been Brooklyn, New York. I'm actually home, or at least one of my homes. This is where I spent a great deal of my time. And in fact, I'm in a building, broadcasting from a building where I used to live. How sweet it is. Yes, 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 my people. We have a lot to talk about today. Hey, as Malcolm X said, without education, you are not going anywhere in this world. Absolutely 100% correct. Without education, you're not going anywhere in this world. And that's what we seek to do around here on a Saturday afternoon. And whenever we come in the social media space, we come to educate and inform our people. We also do a little bit of entertainment, but we kind of keep that at a minimum. All right. Hey, if you look behind me, you see a poster, right? And that poster, I call it a commemorative poster of the event that was held a few weeks ago at the Randy Williams Center in St. Andrew, Jamaica. And Kevin said, I must move so I can say a little bit of it. I don't know if you can say a little bit of it. Hold on there. Oh, I'm saying move sideways so I can say that it was completely free. Completely free. Entry, entertainment, education, and food. And why do I have this up? I have this up because the next one, the next installation, the next segment of the Reconnection Rally. And in fact, let me move it up a bit so you can see. There it is. See that? Reconnection Rally. We're bringing back civics, people. We're bringing it back because we need it now more than ever. I mean, we've been getting a lot of calls from people who don't necessarily agree with what we're doing, but we're finding out that these people, that they don't know what they're talking about. They're going by hearsay, they're going by conjecture, they're going by emotions. They're not going by true facts. And so we see these events as teachable moments so that our people can come out of the darkness and step forward into the light. And speaking about darkness, we're going to play a clip about what Minister DARYL said about dark. And I didn't take it as a complimentary thing. And I don't think most of us in Jamaica, once we play it, you're not gonna like what he said. But here's where I am today. I am at 3215 Avenue H. H as in Harry, and that's in Brooklyn, New York. It's right at the corner of New York Avenue. So it's New York Avenue and Avenue H. You can't miss it. There are balloons out at the front and people outside. We have basically a studio audience. We have people here. It's a block away from the junction, Flatbush and Nostrand Avenue. So if you're familiar with the area, make your way down here because we're going to be here until 8 o'clock tonight. And it's going to be fun. It's going to be festive, but it's also going to be educational. We're going to talk about, well, let's save that for now. The owner, proprietor, everything man of this establishment, Mr. Crooks, is here with us. And in a few moments, we're going to send it over to him and my co-host, Mr. Jeffrey Tavares. Some people have some little things to say about Jeffrey, but Jeffrey show up and Jeffrey do him thing, you know? And so you have to respect the man. And like I've said before, and I'll say it again, we are not going to speak about Mr. Jeffrey Tavares. If he's not here, and when he's here, we won't speak about him because he can defend himself. So all of the people out there who have it now, it's stuck in them craft, ask me if you get me if you say something bad about Jeffrey. It's not going to happen because I will not speak about the man if he's not here. And when he's here, he can defend himself. We see him a peak Pomerat. They say, Jeffrey! All right, him the next door. So I'm all doing him thing. But we have some segments. Let me just put this up here. Hold on a second, folks. Yes, my people. See, people are tuning in and everybody are calling me because they want to come in at the place and be a part of everything that's going on. Because I'm telling you, I've met some people already, and it's wonderful to match names with faces. Because you see people in the chat and, you know, a family still, but you don't know who they are. And so when you get a chance to really press the flesh and hug them, it's a wonderful, wonderful feeling. And so we're asking all of you who can make it here today, make it your business to come down to 3215 Avenue H, right on the corner with New York, right on the corner of New York Avenue. And you can't miss it. As you come on the scaffolding, you'll see the balloons. You just come on in. People outside there, food are going and, you know, everything are going. Mr. Jeffrey Tavares there. So what going, my brother?
I was just saying to you that you have megawatt out there and a lot more people coming in.
Yeah.
We're trying to get a camera to go out there to see what we can.
Whenever you're ready, go do your thing, man.
Mr. Richard is inside there waiting on you, sir.
Let me just quickly switch over to Mr. Richard and then we can move on with the program. Yeah. Hey, people, may I tell you, when you take it to the streets, and it's a different vibe, you know, than just sit down at my house and do it, you know, because I'm so excited. Where I am right now, I was here I left here about 2:30 this morning. And I went to my sister's place and I was there up until about 3:34. And my first phone call came in at 6. So I'm functioning on 2 hours sleep right now. But you know what? As the saying goes, wild horses could not have kept me away. And it now happened today. Because my people are outside the stuff. And my people are in the chat. People are watching. A nice vibe. Nice vibe. Anyway, here's what we want to know. We want to just quickly turn it over to Jeffrey Tavares and Mr. Richard Crookson, the owner, proprietor, everything man of Risson Medical and Aesthetics. So let me bring him on here now. We have to thank him for giving us the opportunity to bring this message out to the people where they are. So, and this is a good thing. Oh, there he is. Richard, Mr. Crookston.
Yes. What's up, man?
Welcome to Reason with Ratigan. But it's like more like you should welcome me to
Moment of truth. Moment of truth. You know?
Yeah. So talk to us now. Today is tell us about this grand reopening, or is it a grand opening? Where you want? Because the name changed. So is it a grand?
It's just remodeling, rebranding. You know, because I mean, as we've been providing a certain type of care, which is a primary care, we still provide primary care in this medical office. You know, we still manage chronic illnesses. We still manage diabetes. We're still good at what we do. We still manage hypertension. However, based on the people then that have been walking through the door, you know, we realize that the community needs something in addition. And, you know, let me give you some of those examples of what I'm talking about. We have quite a number of people who are talking about they're having difficulty with weight issue. So, you know, went back to the books and, you know, decided to develop, me and another provider and the manager of this office, Tamika Thomas, decided that, you know, just gonna sit down and, you know, just devise a plan, you know, and also do some studying and do some research and come up with a nice program for weight management. In addition to the weight management, you know, we also have, you know, you know, varicose vein treatment. We also have testosterone therapy for men who are having difficulty just not living their best life and, you know, just feeling fatigue all the time. So the thing about it is that these patients keep coming in, keep complaining, and these patients walking through the door, and you know, we just decide that, you know, we need for certain. Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? I'm not hearing you.
Yeah, you can't hear me now, right?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, what happened is that, well, the people might tear down the place, you know, only for people that call me because them breathe.
Yeah, listen.
And then want to go down to the front of the building. That is the problem, you know. So.
No, but listen, I forgive it. Listen, you know, the people outside, we just want to give them a thanks, a very special thanks for showing up, showing them support, and know that's something real. You understand what I'm saying? So, you know, a special thanks for, you know, being a part of this, because it's special. You understand? We are here to provide service to the community. You understand? And just want to show the love.
Yeah. Well, I'm not telling brother, the thing I go on away, the phone, we back here. So you're not going to take a quick break because a bunch of people are walk up and down the street and can't find the entrance. And guess who I'm going to take over from me now? Mr. Jeffrey Tavares. Come in, Jeffrey.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. We're listening, watching from around the world and the Eastern Caribbean. This is Reason with Ratigan. We're speaking to Sir Richard. Richard, talk to us about your company. Tell us some more about your company. How did it start? Why did you decide to start a company like this?
Okay. So, you know, as a nurse practitioner, I'm working for up on Flatbush Avenue, and you know, for about 2 years, and you know, for about 2 years, I've pulled in quite a number of clients for these business owners, and you know, I thought to myself that, you know, I could do this for myself, you know, so I decided that you know, to better serve my people, you know, just open up a medical practice. So we searched around for a vacant spot, and lo and behold, we found this location which is a really good location. It's really centrally located, right on Flatbush and Avenue H. It's very easy to get to. It's accessible by train, by bus, my car. So so it's a very convenient spot. Everybody know the area. Anyway, so the thing is, I decided that we're gonna start a medical office, and what I did was we started out providing, as I said earlier, chronic, providing care to people with chronic illnesses as well as acute illnesses, and it's been about 15 years, and that 15 years we have learned so much, because during that period of time we had to change our model. Because we wanted to better serve the community. What we had to do, we had to introduce, in addition to what we are serving, the diabetes, the hypertension, the heart disease, and so on. We have introduced, programs like, weight management, IV infusion.
Richard, before you get into that a bit there, you have a lot of Jamaicans and people who live in the diaspora who trouble with diabetes and so forth. Tell us what sort of medicine, or what do you offer to them, those who trouble with diabetes, severe diabetes, hypertension, and so forth. Talk to us about that.
Okay, the thing about that's a really broad question, because each individual, their diabetes, everybody all men are not created equal. We have diabetes of different stages. We have a scale that is called a hemoglobin A1C, which tells us about, how bad your diabetes is. And also you have a pre-diabetics. For every patient that is on that scale, we have a plan for them. You understand? The pre-diabetic, what we would do, we would encourage a lifestyle change. Diet, lifestyle, lose some weight if possible, and just go from there, see how well they manage their diabetes. Patients who are just on the borderline, we would also give them an option. We can introduce some herbs, not us, but if they want to go herbal, if they want to go weight management, if they want to go diet, we have some really great diet programs that can help them lose weight. So, the thing is, on that scale, that hemoglobin A1C scale, there is always a plan for each patient wherever they are. For patients who are severely diabetic, we also have a plan for that. You understand? And I've seen many patients. Go ahead.
So you're saying to us, you have plans with a patient who has an ulcer foot then. So the foot is going to be amputated, and they have some in Jamaican when they have sore foot. And the Jamaicans start, may have a sore foot because of diabetes.
Right.
What can you do for them? What can you do to help them with that without it even getting to amputation?
Right. Well, the thing about it is that again, that is an interesting question. The sore foot, I am not the only one who's going to be managing a condition like that. You understand? The thing is, we will try our best to get that diabetes under control, along with having a wound management team taking a look and assessing to make sure that whatever is going on, if it doesn't get to gangrene, that it can be worked on, as far as a little exercise in the limb itself to try to get some blood flow going. You understand? So there are different ways. Something as complicated as that is not a simple, conversation that we can just come up with one solution. You understand? So there's many ways, there's many different avenues, and there's so many different medication that can help, to try to bring that foot back, so it doesn't have to be amputated. But once it gets to gangrene, and also it has to be properly evaluated. That is extremely important, because some of these doctors quick to cut off the foot. You understand? So that you have to make sure I've heard, actually, I've seen, not heard, but not seen, but heard stories where, you know, the doctor was in such a rush to amputate. And, you know.
Tell us about those who are overweight, like a Jeffrey Tavares, who, you know, I want to lean in at Rattigan, they call me off air.
Jeffrey, we got a plan for you, man. Trust me, we have a plan for you, man. The thing is, we'll give you a best shot.
I don't want our listeners and viewers around the world in the Eastern Caribbean, and indeed right here in Brooklyn, because we're coming to you live from Brooklyn, New York, with my good friend here, Sir Richard, and Wilfred Radigan with Reason Radigan. For those who are overweight like me and pre-diabetic, what would you put them on? Would you take some blood from them to say, okay, you do some in-depth research to see what you can give to them?
Absolutely. The thing about is that what I do is, you know, just do a series of blood tests to see where your numbers are, to see also, you know, the first thing, if you're overweight, what I do is I take a look at your, see how we can better manage your weight. Understand? Start by that and just incorporate some, you know, exercise as you can tolerate. You know what I mean? We're not going to tell you to go out there and run 5 days a week, run 10 miles. You understand? To see, you know, probably what would is encourage you to try to get into some activity where, you know, you can lose some weight. If you can't do that, what we do is we incorporate some medication to help you drop that weight. You understand? And there's many medications out there that can get you to lose 20, 40, 60, 100 pounds. Because, you know, we have patients here who have lost like about 160 pounds. So the thing is, what we would do is get you to lose that weight. That is not the problem. That's not the challenge. The challenge is maintaining that weight. You understand? And that's where we come in also. You understand? You know, we make sure that you have access to us, where you actually can, you know, communicate with us. We would teach you how to maintain that weight. If you lose 40 pounds and you don't want to go back there, you know, we'll teach you that sweet spot that you need to be at. Understand? That sweet spot where, you know just enough carbs to eat, you know, just enough starch to take in, right? That will keep you balanced. You know when to ease off of the starch, ease off the carb to keep you at that level field. So the thing is, you know, it's about, you know, it's about that maintenance, and that's what's important. That sweet spot for the patient themselves. So we work with each patient to make sure that, you know, we have open communication, and, you know, what's that?
Yes, sir, Richard Cookson.
Yeah.
Richard, we don't have enough time here because we have so many other things to put on and so many people to come onto the program here. Tell us where you're located, your telephone number, and when they come to the front desk, you can see the lovely lady sitting there, because, you know, you have a lot of men will come in and then I want to know somebody at the front desk. They'll come and see a beautiful lady sitting there. Tell us about where you're located and your telephone numbers.
Yeah, we're located at 3215 Avenue H in Brooklyn. 1P. Our number is 718-717-2278. Again, that address is 3215 Avenue H, Suite 1P, located in Brooklyn. Phone number is 718-717-2278. And just listen, in this office, there's quite a number of things that also we help, you know, older men with. Younger men is also, you know, like we have a great testosterone replacement program, testosterone therapy. We have, you know, PRP therapy for people who are losing their hairline, and we just
you have help for ladies who is going through menopause too.
Absolutely. You know, listen.
Let's about that in 5 minutes too, because we have to run. But let's about in 5 minutes. Those ladies who are trouble with menopause and so forth.
Right. The thing is, we can go herbal, right? And the best, the best type of results, to be honest with you, the best type of results that I've seen so far is, going herbal. There are quite a number of herbal supplements there are quite a number of herbal supplements that I prescribe to the patient that has worked. You understand? And that, I've seen it reduce the symptoms, from 2 and 3 hot flashes a day, which is pretty severe, to like 1 every other day. So, there are many different ways of combating these issues,
Mm-hmm. Mr. Richard Critson, thank you for coming on to the program, sir. We're coming to you live from your office right here in Brooklyn, New York.
Pleasure, and thank you, man.
Thank you for having us in your office, sir.
Listen, give us a call.
We're listening, watching from around the world and the Eastern Caribbean. We're on the streets today. We're coming to you live from Brooklyn, New York. Come on down, all those who are living in the Flatbush area, Bronx, Staten Island, New Jersey, Queens, all over. Come on down. We're right here at the address again, Sir Richard. Tell me the address again.
3215 Avenue H, Suite 1P, Brooklyn, New York. And the phone number is 718-717-2278. All right.
There you have it. Thank you very much, sir, for coming on. And I hand back over to Mr. Wilfred Radigan, the man who is host of this program. Will Radigan, come on back over.
Greetings and salutations, everybody. Well, Will comes back. Let me jump in here because I can do that. How y'all doing? Yeah, you can see I'm a little bit different in my setup today too. So I'm in a travel status. Let me get the rebel back on. I'm never too far away, right? Always around. It's like, I don't know, a bad habit, hard to kick. But yeah, sorry for those New Yorkers that I was unable to join you all in New York on location. But today it's one of those situations where I had to be elsewhere as it relates to family. So that is where I am at right now. As the rebel comes back, getting him squared away over here. Don't know why Jeffrey turned off in camera, but it's all right. Jeffrey don't have the steel touch, So, right, rebel.
Yeah. Hey, let me just say that it's a wonderful feeling to be here in the Flatbush area again. As I said, I used to live in this building. I had wonderful memories about living in this bar and living in New York. And I just want to big up the people out front, Kevin. We have a live audience here, and Jeffrey, I could go out and start talking to some people, but I'm elated because, when you see names and, you see the names and, there is a connection there, but when you actually see
the name to the face,
and they come in and they say, I'm so and so, and them hug you and you can feel the love, the hugs. And we just want to say, big up all the people out front there right now. And they go and mash down the food and things like that, because we soon come out and, go and interact with the public. Jeffrey, I'm going to take a segment where we'll go out and actually start, talk to people about what it means to be here, but also, talk a little bit about the services provided by Risson Medical and Aesthetics. And I say where TT is doing the rounds, she's walking around with people and introducing them to the equipment and also the services. And we want to support a homegrown local business. Right. Too often we end up going Manhattan and other places when we can get the same or better services right here, you know, at your doorstep. So we want people to know that Risson Medical and Aesthetics, they're here and they're here to stay and they're here to provide good service for our people. They know us best. And so people at the front, me just soon a while ago, I'm saying, when I'm rolling in, when I soon see me come out, they come nice up the thing in person. Because when I tell you, Kevin, people come and introduce themselves to me, and they must say, I am such and such, I am such and such. And I say,
Yeah.
you know, it's the two body in there, Kevin. Because I'm still I say, well, Kevin.
Kevin, right. Listen, New York, let it be known. I will be there, just not today.
Okay.
Today is just a conflict of clash of schedules, and I had to be halfway across the country today.
Right.
Still there. You know what? I thank you for not banishing me yet. I appreciate it, sir. Much love, brother.
No, man, it's a really good feeling, you know, to see all the people have just come in and, you know, I'm gonna see some virgin outside, I'm gonna see lapscooch outside, I'm gonna see key and juice outside. I'm say, Kevin,
Yes, nice.
something we need to incorporate as part of our delivery of programs to the people, you know, taking it to the street where we go with the people are, you know, because sometimes when you sit in your house and things like that, it's a little bit distant and a little bit impersonal. But we need to get out on the road so people can actually press the flesh and get to know us a bit better. So that's where we are. Now, people, the segments. Let me just tell you about a segment that we're going to start doing on Wednesday nights. And I must say, we started out with a name, and then one of our most loyal supporters said, no, and she added a piece to it, and that's Missy Brown Brown. We started saying that we're going to call the segment, me catch them. But she added a piece and said, you're retro, me catch you. So that's what the segment is going to name on a Wednesday night. You're retro, me catch you. And that segment, we're going to take about a half hour, and I won't be the only person doing it. We'll bring on other people as well so that we can say, tell us what you caught the government doing, you know? And it will be like a short segment about something that the government did that most people are not aware of. And so we're going to bring it to their attention. You retro, me catch you. Remember that Wednesday night segment. All right, let me go and see where producer June, what's up there, Kevin? Because, oh, by the way, people, you know, because I'm not at home, it's difficult for me to navigate. It was difficult for me to navigate at home, but it's even more challenging me on the road because I haven't done this for a couple of years. I did broadcast from South Africa on vacation, but
yes,
I haven't done it since. And the portable piece of equipment I had, it's kind of outdated. It still works, but we were having problems trying to find the wires because I just completely abandoned the thing. And so we had to purchase a new one, and we had some, you know, we had some issues with it, but the issues have been resolved now. Now, any issues we have with it is the user. And, you know, I'm good at that. I'm good at having issues with technology. But right now, it looks like it's functioning. You know, Kevin, I just want to thank Kevin and OT and Jeffrey Tavares and everybody who had a hand in making sure that today's broadcast is where it is right now. So let me see, Kevin, if I can get the right here. Yeah, that's where we are. Turn a blind eye to corruption and you lose sight in your other eye. Said by yours truly. And we have the poem here, Life Doesn't Frighten Me, but we're going to skip that today. And the agenda, we're going to talk about MP DARYL Vaz and the rural school bus program. That's a story that's not going away. We're going to make sure that, and we call it today's segment, the full story part 3, but it's not the full story. It's just part of the full story. Today, we want to talk about where did the money go? And I'm telling you people, you're going to be shocked because the money did not go where you thought it went. And they're still spending money on these rural school bus, the rural school bus program, and there is no accountability. For example, Kevin, they're taking these buses now like on an island tour. They're just bringing them to the country. And the question is, wait, we're going to roll out in September. And by the way, who's paying for the fuel? Again, it's not coming out of their pockets, but the buses, them are paraded. So the question you have to ask yourself, is this an election ploy? You know what I mean? It's like they bring the buses, and it's like driving around and telling people, look at what the government is doing. But the truth is this, people, we also must look at what the government is doing. You see what I said? They said, look at what the government is doing. And we're saying, yes, let's look at what the government is doing.
Right.
By extension, let's look at what the government is not telling you what they're doing. So there's a story there today. And then the second story, will Jamaicans get unfettered access to all beaches? Keywords there, unfettered access, all. We're gonna play a video, and you're gonna be amazed at how they try to twist things, turn things. They try to befuddle you. They try to give you the impression that you will have access to all beaches, but they don't say all. They're saying is you'll have access to all public beaches. We don't want that. We want access to all beaches, for all Jamaicans. So we're waiting on Dr. Devon Taylor to come on, because he's going to be speaking to us about that. And here you go. Head boy will join us. Not sure how long he'll spend with us, but we'll see, because he's trying to sort out some time issues right now. There it is, Dr. Devon Taylor Jabham. He's bringing a guest with him. Engagement norms, you know them. Here it is again, people. I just love this. Love this. The truth will set you free. But first, it will make you miserable. And you know why? If you tell a lie, it is going to make you miserable. But it will set you free. It will set you free. So we are going to do a thing. But this one of people, when I should write this one down, you know, when I should really write this one down. And when the people come to you with them little liar argument, you just say, let me tell you the truth, because it is going to set you free. But I need you to sit down, because first you will be made miserable. And once we get past the miserable portion, then you will fully understand. Here's another one. I really, really like this one too. Truth is not what you want it to be. And that's what we're finding out with a lot of our people in Jamaica. They want things to be truthful, but they know it's not true. So it says, truth is not what you want it to be. It is what it is. The truth is. And you must bend to its power or live a lie. Jamaican people, how much longer now live a lie? We've been living a lie from 2016. From 2016, well, way before, but I'm saying since I got involved in the space, my vision only go back to like 2016 in terms of laser focus on the issues. If I go back past that, it's just for reference. But 2016, I'm looking at the 2016 manifesto and the 2020 manifesto. And by the way, people, soon as they put out the manifesto, please let me know, call me, because they might not send it my way. But if you hear about that manifesto, just call me and just let me just go ahead and just do what I have to do with this thing here. All right? Let me see what else is.
Has the PNP manifesto come out? Right. Has the PNP manifesto come out?
Beg your pardon?
Did the PNP do a manifesto?
I haven't seen a manifesto for anybody.
Well,
I'm waiting for the manifesto because, you know, I'm familiar with the manifestos. I'm familiar with the manifestos for both parties. But I'm paying special attention to the one party that's leading the government, because they're the ones spending the money. They're the ones in control. They're the ones fighting against the Integrity Commission. They're the ones putting people over at the FID. They're the ones extending the tenure of the DPP. They're the ones involved with all the scandals involving taxpayers' money. So we're gonna focus. We're gonna look at both manifestos, but we're going to spend time looking at the JLP's manifesto. Why? Because they're in power and they're saying, give us another term so that we can continue doing what we're doing. And we're saying, wait a minute, before we do that, let's look at what you have done. And then we can decide. And that's what we're doing. You know, remember this. Kevin, if I ask you who was the runner-up at the 100 meters, the last 4 Olympics, the last 4 World Championships, you probably won't remember them. If I ask you the winners, you'll remember, right? And
Easy
so
to
that's
find.
yeah,
Easy to find.
yeah, and that's what we're focusing on. We're focusing on the people who won and they're leading. So here's the third one. Never worry about who will be offended if you speak the truth. And believe me, we have offended a lot of people. Worry about who will be misled, deceived, and destroyed if you don't. That's our worry. We don't worry about people who come and talk and carry on. No, we worry about our people who will be misled, deceived, and destroyed if we don't speak the truth to them. And if you notice, we're kind of moving away from saying if you don't speak facts to them, because we know that you have facts that are not true. You have facts that are not true. It is a fact that they've said all of these promises, but it's not true that they've delivered them. There are lots of facts that are not true. So that's why we focus on truth or truthful facts. So, Kevin, what you have to say to the people now before I move into this video? I'm going to take over a bit, Kevin. Let me just call Dr. Taylor and find out where he is. Oh,
he's right here. He's right here.
Right on time. Right on time. Right. Listen, Dr. Taylor. Listen, Dr. Taylor. I want you to sit with us because I want to play a video for the people. People were going into the segment now about unfettered beach access for our people, and I want you to watch. It's about 20 minutes or so, but I think it's well worth it for you to watch. You know why? Because you're not going to hear only from us about why our people should be granted unfettered access to all beaches. You are also going to hear the government's position. And this is something that we haven't really heard for quite some time. And it's not publicized, but in this video, it's publicized. And you're going to hear the passion from Dr. Taylor. But not only the passion, you're going to hear the truthful facts coming from him. And then you watch what the government is how the government is going to respond. I want you to watch. Mr. Tavares, you have something you want to say? Oh, you want to come on? Okay. All right, let me add Mr. Tavares to the thing. I've seen the people, I know him and love him. Some people call him names, but you know, names, you know, say sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me or something like that. I think he's right there. So we're bringing on Dr. Taylor right now. So Dr. Taylor, big up yourself, Dr. Taylor. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. So we have a reason today about an issue that is very troubling, very concerning, very significant to our people. And that is
give thanks to be here.
Unfettered, you know, just a beach access. It's an unfettered beach access. For all beaches, for people to go on any beach in Jamaica. You want to set this thing up, just talk to us while I just pull up the video and then we'll go to Kevin will pull it up. Go ahead and talk to us about this video. Yeah. Well, first, let me ask you, how did this video come about? Why did you do it?
Well, I mean, I got an invite to sit, in and discuss this beach issue. And of course, the advocacy call for education. But in the context of really who was going to be present within this reasoning was not declared. So, I mean, the truth is I appear on this program not knowing that the government emissary will be there. But it was supposed to be a discussion about, JABEM's position, what is the status of beach in the country, not knowing that, well, we're going to bring in here, someone who represents the government's views. So, it came about from just a reasoning with the CVM team to really explore what's going on and provide a perspective from the people's, point of view.
All right, good, sir. Without further ado, here's the video.
Jamaicans continue to resent the fact that the best beaches in the country are locked away from them, corralled by the operators of big, medium-sized and small hotels. How long or for how much longer must the masses accept this reality? And what must the government do to ensure that the sons and daughters of this land can luxuriate on the beaches of the kind they see in advertisements promoting Jamaica to the world? That's the issue for discussion. Lead story on this Friday here on CVM TV. Let's start the show. Good evening, my name is George Davis and this is Lead Story. Beach access gets the treatment in this, our final show for this week. I want to start the program by reminding you of something the Prime Minister said in his budget presentation in March, where he spoke to the issue of beach access, reflecting the government's sensitivity to this vexing issue among a large cross-section of people in the country. The Prime Minister said his government was doing something about it. This is what he said.
Madam Speaker, I've listened very carefully to the debate around beach access. I've had to do it because the policy falls under the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. And we have spent a lot of time going through the policy because the issues are fundamental. We are dealing with the rights of the people. We're dealing with people's prescriptive rights. We're dealing with property rights. We're dealing with people's right to enjoy their environment. And we have to go through all of them carefully. But one thing must be sure, we must be certain, and we must be unequivocal. Jamaicans are entitled to access their beaches. Absolutely. But one thing we know, Madam Speaker, there is one thing to speak about access. We've never sold a beach. There is another thing, Madam Speaker, to actually do it. Enable access. So we believe everybody must have access, but we go a step further. Madam Speaker, I am happy to announce that the government will be upgrading a number of beaches across the island for public access.
And perhaps the problematic part of the Prime Minister's statement was that last bit where he said upgrading public access, not increasing access. So we're going to come to that. Now, Jamaica is approximately 494 miles long, 30% of the coastline, of course, sandy. Then, the Beach Control Act, Jamaicans have no inherent rights to the beach. Jamaicans have no inherent rights to the beach and access to beach under the Beach Control Act. No person shall be deemed to have any rights in or over the foreshore of the island or the floor of the sea, save such as are derived from or acquired or preserved under or by virtue of this act, meaning the Beach Control Act of 1956. Well, to discuss this issue this evening, I've asked two gentlemen who sit at different ends of the spectrum. Devon Taylor, Dr. Devon Taylor is the president of the Jamaica Beach Birthright Environmental Movement, JABEM. He's on Zoom, and in studio with me I have the gentleman, Dr. Kerry Wallace. He's the Executive Director of the Tourism Enhancement Fund. We were set to be joined by Jamal Banton. Yes, he's on. Jamal is on. He's a coastal engineer, and he's with he leads the respected coastal engineering firm, Smith Warner International. Gentlemen, good evening. Welcome to Lead Story.
Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening.
Good. And that's also just to test the audio. Let me start with Dr. Wallace in the studio. Dr. Wallace, this issue continues to rankle with Jamaicans. Professor Carolyn Cooper has several columns writing about beach access. Dr. Taylor has been very strident in the year that JABIM has been formed, and there has also been some informed perspective on the issue advanced by Jamal Banton and his team. When can Jamaicans expect more access to better quality beaches in the country?
Right. So the good news is that we at the TEF, we have embarked on beach development, public beach development, recognizing that there may be displacement happening in our tourism sector, and certainly in the past we've had that. But what we're doing now is that we're making sure that we develop enough public access beaches and developing them at the standards and levels where every Jamaican will be proud of them and proud to partake in the amenities of those beaches. And we have 13 beaches on our cards now.
30 or 13?
13 beaches are dotted across Jamaica. I mean, these are development programs that are huge budgets and so on, so it takes a while for us to get there. But just because we're doing 13 doesn't mean it's only 13 that we'll end up doing. In fact, there are 66 beaches that NEPA has presented to us that are available. We took the first 13 in terms of our capacity to develop. So we are at advanced stages of designs and all those. In fact, 4 are at the stage where we can begin works in this financial year. And so our idea is that if we're blessed as a country with a lot of beaches, and if we
That's why the public vex, because we're blessed with beaches and we can access the good ones.
And the whole idea is that if we can develop, there are varying stages. There are long beaches that have access to everyone. I mean, Negril Beach, for instance, is 7 miles, and everybody has access to Negril Beach, can walk up and down without uninhibited. There are some that are in a cove that the property may have only access to. But what we're trying to do is make sure Jamaicans are not short of beaches, not short of the beach experience, not short of being shown respect, to have boardwalks, to have restrooms, to have Wi-Fi, to have security, to have lifeguards, to have parking, and have the standards where they and their families can enjoy the amenities that we're blessed with.
And that's the point, because people go to the few public beaches that are of good standard and say it's like a caveman experience. Jamal Banton, I'm in Barbados, and I can walk onto the best beach in Barbados, even if that beach is aligned with one of the big hotels there. And I'm saying to myself, so why can't I do that in Jamaica? Is it that Jamaica is short of access points or just short of beaches overall? What's the perspective from Smith Warner?
Absolutely. So we've been fortunate enough to be working all throughout the Caribbean, and Barbados is one of those places. And wherever you go in Barbados, you're never more than 5 minutes away from a beach. And along the coastline of Barbados, there are specific windows that allow access to the public to the beach. So those are stipulated by government, and those easements have to be maintained. So if you're doing a new development in Barbados and you have a stretch of the shoreline, you do have to leave an access point for people to go to the beach. And ever since the 80s and 70s, Barbados have been very serious about beach access. And it would be criminal for anyone to come and say, I'm putting a development here and there's no beach access. So they've been very serious about it. Jamaicans, on the other hand, and us Jamaicans have not been that serious about it. We've allowed, in some cases, resorts to build groins or stone structures along beaches, and which have denied Jamaicans access to the beach. So we just haven't been as serious about it.
Dr. Taylor, you've in the past been very, very critical of the government's approach to improved and greater beach access for Jamaicans. You've said about the Prime Minister's beach access management policy, quote, he wants to, he's mixing up general rights and qualified rights, and what he's doing is deceptive and contradictory. Why such strong language?
because the Jamaican government is complicit in the exclusion of Jamaicans from our beaches. Straight up. Listen, among the 13 independent Caribbean islands, Jamaica is the only island that have this policy in place. And the foundation of this policy stretched from a colonial era law, the Beach Control Act of 1956. You quoted a subsection of it earlier. That law does not give us no rights. When you look at all the policies across the Caribbean, all the beaches in the Caribbean are public except the Jamaica, right? And because our laws that are on our books, okay, which is colonial in its origin, all right, the entire Caribbean shares a plantation, coming from plantation, coming from slavery, right, into independence. We have kept that law on our books. That law have ingrained itself now in the economic policy of our tourism industry. And like, in slavery, there's 1% that controls the tourism economy. It's holding the government hostage. Government is playing along. The government is supporting these laws and excluding the Jamaican people.
So Dr. Taylor, hold on, Dr. Taylor. What
1%?
What do I get to? Let me see if I understand you. Are you saying then that because of the antediluvian nature of the legislation, it's out of keeping with the modern realities? You're saying it's old, not fit for purpose anymore, antediluvian, that's what it means. You're saying that because this law is like that, the hotel developers have exploited this old, weak, unfit for purpose law, and the government has been going along not even realizing that they're being exploited. Is that what you're saying?
They realize that is the unjust thing. They do realize it. It is a conscious act. It's not something that is unconscious. Listen, people across this country every day suffer from exclusion. Our government know it. It's not a maybe, it's not a if.
Yes.
It is the reality on the ground.
Yes.
This is our organization of 3 government entities as defendant in the courts when we are defending the rights of the Jamaican people to access their beaches. It is not coincidental. This is a purposeful mission.
Yes. Hear you on that. Dr. Wallace, you've heard.
Right. So
yes.
the first thing is, I hear the comparison with other destinations, and most of them are much smaller than Jamaica. They don't have the abundance of beaches that we have. And he mentioned 1% of the beach ownership for tourism. Come on, tourism is Jamaica's #1 industry. Jamaica tourism provides the largest employment in the country. I mean, we have to consider development of the people. That same plantation, slavery thing, the best thing we can do for our people is give them a good quality of life. It may build out industries so that they can have employment, they can have entrepreneurship opportunities, they can live a great quality of life. And that's what we're doing. And we're building out 13 free public access beaches to lift the standards. I don't want my people to go to no beach where they have no bathrooms, go to any beach where they don't have any parking, no lifeguards, and no Wi-Fi. We're developing all of that for our people. So as far as I'm concerned, we are doing more for the liberation of our people than fighting this fight to now inhibit tourism.
I don't know if you gentlemen are music men, but as you said 13, in my mind was the Outcast song which says, when 16 is not enough. Is 13 enough? Is the point I hear the stakeholders are making.
Right.
Is 13 enough?
So what I'm saying here is that it's not like they'll be excluded from every other beach. It's only 13 enough. I'm just saying we're upgrading 13 to the highest standards.
To be completed by when? This process of...
So we have 4 that the works will begin in this financial year, but the 13 will be phased in subsequent financial years until we get those on. In the meantime, we'll be adding more into the pipeline. So it will be a continuous
development. And you're saying that the baseline that those beaches should have, each beach should have good bathrooms, Wi-Fi, secure parking.
Security, lifeguards, shops, restaurants, kiosks. Will it be an experience?
Amenities are plenty.
Precisely.
Right. Let me go to Jamel Banton. Jamel, the Barbados, and Dr. Wallace has a point. It's different to Jamaica. And I know that in the past you've written about the fact that Negril's 7-mile-long beach has many access points. So the complaint from people down that side is not as much as people who are on another part of the island. So the question then emerges.
Yes.
Is there enough of this kind of area developed by the government so that people can have the access points that our friends and compatriots in Negril enjoy?
So I would say I appreciate what the TF is about to do or has been doing with the few or 13 beaches, but I think there needs to be a lot more. So yes, Jamaica is very different geographically. So whereas you have long stretches of beaches in Barbados, along the entire shoreline in Antigua, in say Cayman, and in the Grill, you do have access points. Jamaica's geography doesn't allow for that because we have small coves and bays. So there's not this long stretch of beach where people could have access to. So in many cases, people can't go to the shoreline because the rocky shoreline or the beach is just in a cove and the owner has fenced off their property. So it is very different. So the government has to be deliberate about creating these beaches, new beaches, or enhances some beach coves so that people can have access to them.
Yeah, Dr. Wallace, just before we go to the break, just before we go to the break, Dr. Taylor made the point, he said that what exacerbates the problem is the fact that the government allows these hoteliers to build structures to block a space that would have been a natural access point to the beach, and that's why he said the government has been complicit in locking out Jamaicans. Well,
I'm aware that MEGJEC is looking at that amongst other archaic laws on our books and so on. But what we are doing at TEF in the interim is ensuring that because what we believe is that if all our people have access to a beach close to them and it's very well appointed and they're loving it, in fact, we hope that these beaches will also spawn tourism entrepreneurship, Airbnbs in a cluster around that beach and so on, and get more and more Jamaicans to get a piece of the tourism pie.
Dr. Taylor, a lot of people support your group and the fact that you have dragged these 3 government agencies before the court, defending the rights of the people to access and enjoyment to the best beaches. You've won a lot of supporters for that. But I hear some people saying, does Dr. Taylor not know that the situation in places like Barbados, places like Antigua and Barbuda, and the culture is so different that you allow Jamaicans access to beaches, the best beaches, and pretty soon a man will set up a stall, he'll be selling spliff, he'll be jerking chicken, he'll be doing things like these. I've been around the Caribbean, thankfully, and I'm on a beach in Barbados, and I don't see the kind of vending and the kind of lawlessness and the disorder that attends to some of the better beaches in Jamaica that the public has access to. What do you say to someone who has that perspective?
Listen, that is a racist kind of a view to have about Jamaican. That is stereotyping the Jamaican people. This is kind of like an anti-black racist kind of an argument to advance. Jamaicans are good people. We are good standing people, and we need to move off away of those prejudicial way of thinking. And I want to say to my colleague in the studio, listen, tourism is not going to save Jamaica. The kind of tourism that we're practicing right now, which is an extractive tourism, is 5 cents out of every dollar. That's
no, man, you have the numbers wrong.
You're going to get the right of response, Dr. Wallace. Hold on.
Because you spoke
Dr. Taylor, hold on. Remember, Dr. Taylor, hold on. Remember, I'm the referee. You're all my guests. You have protected time now. He'll have the right of response, so go ahead.
Yes, there's pollution, okay? We have seen, exclusion of our people. Tourism is actually inhibiting our access rights, and our fundamental rights must come before anything else. Now, I'm not anti-tourism. Yes. I'm born up in a center, very close to the industry. But the kind of tourism that we're talking about, and Barbados, St. Kitts and Nevis, Grenada, they're not different from Jamaica. We're all the descendants of enslaved Africans living in a liberated, independent, island nation state.
Hold it right there, Dr. Taylor.
To be afforded the same rights that these folks have. No conditional rights, but full rights to our environment.
Hold it right there, Dr. Wallace.
Right. So what I say to you, my brother, is that tourism is open to all of us. You are making it seem as if tourism is white and you're limiting access to black. Tourism is open to every Jamaican. You heard of Airbnb, you heard of social media, you heard of Instagram. We can all market to our guests now, and we can all provide tourism accommodations. In fact, last year alone, 31% of our arrivals stayed in non-hotel accommodations. The year before was 29%. So not only tourism growing in Jamaica, but villas and Airbnbs and so on are growing faster than the other tourism.
But you see, Dr. Wallace,
and the visitors in those Airbnbs cannot access the beaches.
What are you talking about? Which country you live in? Of course they can access the beaches.
Where?
Of course they are going to multiple beaches. There are 66 beaches in Jamaica.
Hold on, Jamaica. Hold on, gentlemen. Hold on. Don't talk
I
over each
promise
other.
you, every single one of them access beaches.
Yes. Dr. Taylor, your response.
No, I'm saying that there's many Airbnb members who contact Jabem about accessing the beaches. When you get off a plane in Montego Bay and you drive along the coastline, I want you to count to me how many access points you have. You have to reach to the beaches there. Yes. I used to have 3.89 miles of beach access in my county State Town. I have none. So don't sit there and tell me that. We live a reality that may be different from yours. It's 2.84 miles of access that the Jamaican people have, as reported by NEPA, and there's 494 miles around the country.
Hold it right there, gentlemen. Here's the thing. I must go to Jamel Banton before I go, because here's the thing, Jamel. Based on the Prime Minister's beach access management policy and what it purports to do and what Dr. Wallace says is being worked on right now, is that enough? And are we moving fast enough to increase access given the resources that we have playing with?
So we are not moving fast enough. I like where we're going, but we need to move faster. And we need to address some of those beaches that have gone. Hellshire, for example, is a situation that we should be ashamed of. We've allowed it to go, and we're allowing other beaches to go that we need to pay attention to. And if we don't have as many beaches as you guys are saying, we don't compare to other nations when you compare our size to our population. So we don't have enough beaches, we don't have enough access points. So I am for tourism, I am for development, but we have to strike that balance, and we need to recognize what we don't have enough of, and we don't have enough beaches, and we need to protect the ones that we have.
Hear you on that. Gentlemen, that's all the time I have. There's just enough time for me to say that I am in line with those who want greater access to public beaches. I'm also in line with those who say, well, there is development taking place now to improve the conditions at the ones that are now currently accessible, and we go in phases, increasing access and increasing the quality of access, because access means nothing if it's like a caveman beach. I can't enjoy it with my family, I can't enjoy it by myself. So those have to improve. The TEF is working hard. People like Dr. Devon Taylor are very, very useful to the process because they are the ones advocating for things that you and I can't be bothered with. Beach access is a problem in Jamaica, has long been a problem in Jamaica. The government says it is sensitive to this need for greater access, and the Homeless Administration says it's doing something. I say that there's enough to be optimistic about where the future of beach access is concerned. And just to make a point, that is not just access to bathing beaches, but I've heard fishermen, fisherfolk, women fish as well, say that fishing beaches, there's also an issue where that is concerned, given the scale of development on the coastline. But that's all the time we have. This is Lead Story. Thank you, Dr. Wallace.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. Pleasure speaking to you, and thank you, Jamel Banton, for speaking as well from the Zoom platform. This has been Lead Story.
Well, folks, there you have it. And we are pleased to be joined by our brother, our advocate, the man who no take no talk, the man who have that fighting spirit that many of us lack today, the man who is so courageous that he put country before self and family. And that is difficult for most of us to do. That man is none other than Dr. Devon Taylor, a man I think embodies the spirit of the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey. Not saying he's Marcus Mosiah Garvey, the spirit in the way he approaches this thing, where he's unafraid to speak, and speak not only for himself and his community, but for the entire Jamaican population. My brother, welcome, welcome, welcome. Good to have you with us. You're muted. You're muted.
Yeah, man, give thanks. You know, I mean, it's like trauma when you play them, click the back, and you get these flashbacks. recognizing what a member of the government is trying to advance to the nation as a justification as to why we are having that problem, right? It's so disingenuous, one other thing about what this interview has done is has allowed time to elapse for us to judge based upon what Dr. Wallace pointed out in his defense of the government, right? So this interview was in 2024, and they said they were working on 13 beaches. All right. I don't know if I have sharing capabilities on this platform, because I want to share something.
Yes, you're supposed to have capabilities. Go ahead and put it up, and then Mr. Rattigan will give you the ability to share.
Yeah.
There's a plus sign there.
Okay.
And then go down and share screen at the bottom part of it.
Right.
People, while they're doing the sharing, let me just say this, Dr. Taylor, that a very dear friend of ours who knows this man, Dr. Kerry Wallace, knows him, knows his family, wrote to me and said that just keep in mind, and I don't know if it's true, I'm just telling you what was sent to me, that Dr. Kerry Wallace's family business owns beachfront hotels in Negril, including the Boardwalk Village located on 7 Mile Beach.
And that is absolutely right.
Go ahead, Mr. Tavares.
It is true.
It is true.
Yes. Whoever sent it to you, it is true.
He's coming from a perspective of private ownership versus public ownership. And one of the things that I noted in the interview, and I made note of it, is that the Prime Minister said Jamaicans are entitled to access their beaches. Do we own those beaches that are owned by the hoteliers and the other people, like the Sandals, and do we own those beaches? And then I noticed that they were saying, they kept saying that they're upgrading beaches for public access. That's not all the beaches. We're talking about having access to beaches, as you were saying, Dr. Taylor, that we need access when you come off of the plane and you see these resorts and these. You can't access those beaches. You cannot. And so that is a huge problem. They mentioned greater access to public beaches. That is not the only issue. That is not the only issue. And so the floor is yours. So talk to us about that, because they make it seem as if it's, but you're saying, no, it's all beaches we want access to. All beaches. So if I'm wrong, here's a chance to correct me, sir.
No, you're absolutely correct. And so, we've been doing this consciousness building over the last 3 years with our Jamaican family. It's like you're taking something that, people cannot believe, right? That is happening, to say, no, it is really happening, right? That a law exists in your country that tells you have no right. Not that it tells you have no right. It actually, it really is executing that displacement and that disempowerment on a daily basis in our lives. It's happening. It's real. Go to coastal communities and ask them, right? Can you walk across the road and access this beach? No, you can't. Yes, everyone that comes off a plane in Montego Bay, right, cannot just walk onto any of those beaches there. In fact, and I know you'll give the opportunity to really show an example of what is happening in Montego Bay, right? A parish that we have measured the coastline from Iberia Star to the port. We've measured that coastline to be, I think, 14 miles of coastline. And after 14 miles of coastline there, right, is only, I think, 4,100 feet of free public access that the entire parish of St. James have. It's reality on the ground. And I don't know if my slides is projecting to your audience, but I put a slide up there because I want to contextualize what Dr. Wallace pointed out on that program, that they were.
You want me to add it now? You want me to add the?
Yeah, go ahead and add that slide.
There
right.
It is.
So when he spoke about what the government is doing, now the moderator points out the law very clearly that Section 4 says we have no right of accessing the foreshore. No one have any right in or over the foreshore or the floor of the sea. No right. The no right translates into, and it was written and published in the Beach Access Management Policy. It's published in the newspaper. When he mentioned Dr. Caroline Cooper and her work that she has written several columns about this. All right, this issue has been fought by Kabu Mahad Karu, Esther Figueroa, Diana McCullough, John Maxwell. There are many giants whose shoulder Jabem is standing on now, who have advocated for this issue for a very, very long time, right? And the law basically said we have no right. And it was Peter Knight who responded to say that the right is no right to fish, no right to walk along the foreshore, no right to bathe, no right to swim. That is written in a Jamaican law. And so when they talk about, and the Prime Minister, Dr. Andrew Holness says, we should have a right, or we should be able to access our beaches. The confusion around access and rights, right, needs to be very clearly, explained to the Jamaican people. That access and rights, they are two different things. We don't have any right, and fundamentally, the legislation needs to be changed to a rights-based approach to allow for access. Right? You can't have any access without you having rights. And because we have no rights, that is one of the reasons we have no access. And so when they said they're going to develop beaches, they proposed these 10 beaches. 10 beaches, they said, they're going to develop, quote unquote. The 10 beaches, of course, is not going to increase no more access because we're all using those 10 beaches already. But I want to tell the Jamaican people, since the Prime Minister made that statement, who is the head of the Beach Control Act of Jamaica that can make this a reality for every Jamaican, right? And I would like to say to him that, yes, Dr. Andrew Holness, you have the power to make sure that every Jamaicans have a right to access their beaches. You can do so because you, through your, appointed Matu Samuda, both sit at the table and at the apex of beach access rights in Jamaica. And both of you have intentionally been denying the Jamaican people because the power is sitting in your hand because you are the head of the Beach Control Act of 1956. That empowers you to do so. You said you're going to, develop these 10 beaches across the country. They have not done so at all. There's no new bathroom, no Wi-Fi, no parking area, no restaurants, nothing that they came out and said they're going to be done. It's done to Francis Beach in Priory. It's not done to Watson Taylor Park. It's not done to Success. It's not done to Ryan Novo, Murdoch, Rocky Point. Winifred is beautifully run. You should stay away from Winifred government. Leave Winifred to the people of Portland. They're doing an awesome job. Big respect to the Winifred Benevolent Society. Guts River, Cane River, and Alligator Pond. Nothing that they said that they were going to do in terms of new bathroom facilities, parking areas, any kind of other economic thing to the space, not been done. So here they are coming on national TV saying that they're going to be doing this. None of it was done. None of it at all. And the legislation that they said that was tabled in Parliament is actually not tabled in Parliament. It's been handed over to the cabinet members who are members of the Jamaica Labour Party. Parliament is the entire government. That means sitting member of the PNP would also have access to this legislation, this proposed bill, and they don't have access to it because we have inquired. We have actually asked the librarian of the Parliament about getting a copy of what was proposed, and they don't have it. They don't have a copy of it. So the proposal that they're saying that they're advancing to give Jamaicans more rights right, is not there. It's not there. So there has been no increase in beach access, right, in Jamaica, because there's been no change to the legislation. And so we are asking for the repeal and the replacement. Bunny up, rip it up, dash it away, fling it away. See consensus with the Jamaican people and write a new piece of legislation. And I will go further. We don't need to have no discussion with no hotel about the rights of the Jamaican people, because I've heard that argument being proposed that they're going to sit down and have a conversation with hotels about, beach access, and access right. We don't need that. We do not need it. Government have tremendous amount of power to make laws. Lawmaker should not compromise their independence and who elect them, right, and act on behalf of the people. No negotiation is required with any private landowner. We now go, as my sister said, be licky to know, landowners to do what is right by the Jamaican people. We must act, okay? We must act and repeal and replace. So we are where we are right now, that if the government is moving forward with 13 beaches or 10 beaches, for what? A population of 2.7 million people, and then all others who are in the diaspora who travel to Jamaica, in millions, every year. Where are they going to go? We need a just, legislation that afford us, equal rights and justice at the foreshore. And I want to say that we are beyond access. Right, we have, in the Jamaica Beach Birthright Environmental Movement, JABEM, we have met as a community, and we have had a one-day retreat, and we have come up with a vision of the coastline. We are ironing out many parts of it, but the repeal and replacement, is something that we have all agreed upon. The rezoning of the coastline, we have agreed upon that, and when we say we are beyond access, it means that Jamaicans don't just want to go dip them to NIC, They see as a bigger significance to Jamaicans, right? As part of our cultural heritage. It has a big, tremendous economic value to the country. And within itself, the environment of value to itself, because nature needs to repair renew its cycles, The biodiversity there need to survive. The coastal forests are important for our survival. So nature has a right to. So in any discussion around coastline must be one that is environmental and conservation driven. It must be also rooted in the cultural ways as to how Jamaica has used this space. So you cannot be, giving away the resource of the land for an industry to make $4.3 billion every year, repatriate $3 billion of that outside of the country. It never come there in the first place. Degrade the space, take out the coastal forests, them destroy the mangrove, degrade the beaches, them run away with all of the money and left we with all of the spoiled environment left behind. We cannot afford that anymore. We can't.
All right, Doc. I'm just looking. I'm going to bring Jeffrey Tavares in now, but I'm looking at the document on the screen, and it says, for those of you who cannot see it, it says the government of Jamaica National Beach Access Plan, and it says the Ministry of Tourism is building or upgrading, I think they say, upgrading 10 beaches for approximately 3 million Jamaicans. 10 beaches. How many beaches do we have in Jamaica, by your estimate?
Well, this is how I want to look at it quantitative, Ratigan. It's 494 miles around the country, right? And there are 150 miles that is considered sandy, right? So and we have to kind of just look at beaches as the beach is a contiguous network around the country. Right, the idea of naming this beach that it's necessary, to descriptively direct someone there, but environmentally, that's not how ecosystem thrive and work. They're interconnected.
That you want access to the space.
We need access to the space, my brother. The government listed around 66 or somewhere in that region, around 66, 86 beaches that have names around the country. All right. I mean, but when you really look at it, if I count, you know, there are just hundreds of hotels and villas around the country that sits before beaches. So what are those? You know, what are we going to call them? We call them Rio Beach, Sandal Beach, you know, Iberia Star Beach, Moon Palace Beach, Cornwall Hotel Beach, the Macron Beach, or we call them Ayat Beach, Rosal Beach, Half Moon Beach. I mean, we're going to call all these hotel beaches because the hotel industry have undergone more than 1,000% increase. Right? The entire community of Miami Bay is locked off. Old Fort Bay is locked off. Millionaire Row locked off. You go into Montego Bay, see all those cove locked off. You know, Golden Eye locked off. You're going now, they're trying to lock off Sanko Bay, lock off Blue Lagoon. They're buying out all the property in Long Bay. I mean, you know, the thing is just madness that is happening around the country. And the reason why it can happen is because of legislation that allows these people to fence up the beach. And I would like to say and ask your audience, where else in the world that somebody can not own a piece of real estate, own a piece of land, or own the water, but they are able to fence it? Because what the government allowed these people to do, and we understand property rights and its constitutional implications, but the government has allowed you to fence the land that really encompasses the beach and lock you out the beach. So you're fencing in a place that you don't own, because the law was clear to say that the beach and the foreshore is vested in the crown, right? That the crown controls it and the sea. Now, you know, we know international law that you can't own the sea, but the hotelier fencing the sea and you can't reach there. We know they don't own the foreshore, but they're allowed to fence it in and lock you out. So where else in the world that you don't own sitting, but you can fence it up and lock everybody out? Me not understand that thinking. Me not understand how that happen.
All right. Let me just bring in Mr. Jeffrey Tavares. You want me to move this thing, or you want to refer to it still?
You could move it. I'm going to bring something else, but
all right. Mr. Jeffrey Tavares, you hail from one of the garden spots in Jamaica, Negril, and it's world famous for the 7 Mile stretch of beach and other geographical locations in that area. You've heard the argument made by Dr. Taylor, and you've heard the opposition by other people with an association to the government. What is your take as a person who hails from that particular place?
Let me say this before I go any further. Let me make this absolutely clear. I am speaking from Jeffrey Tavares and Jeffrey Tavares only. I grew up in Negril. And the gentleman who was speaking with Dr. Devon Taylor on CVM, I know him very well. We grew up together in Negril, running the 7 Mile Beach in Negril. His family is from West End. He used to have property on the beach and so forth. But when we sit down and listen to what is going on, and I make it clear already, you know, any day that I go back to Negril and I decide to walk the 7 Mile Beach in Negril, and I want to see any security guard or anybody want to stop me from walking the 7 Mile Beach that I grew up in. You see? I remember the days when we used to pick cocoa, plum, and sea grapes. Walk all the way from Negril, from downtown Negril, straight up to Hedonism 2. And I also remember the days when a certain hotel decided to put a wire fence to the foreshore that you can't walk if you walk around it. You couldn't get to walk around it either. Dr. Taylor, you have some people who, because they're part of a political elite, you know. And they don't want their Bucky master to look bad. They come and spew a lot of nonsense to the people of this country, you know. And what you're doing, sir, you are speaking on behalf of the Jamaican people. I listened to Mr. Wallace and the host of that program, Mr. George Davis. And I heard when George Davis said that he have been to beaches all around the Caribbean. And what is going on in Jamaica, people vending and so forth, it shouldn't be going on. Let me tell you something. Those people remember the hippie days in Negril, you know. Dr. Taylor. They don't remember the hippie days in Negril. Hippie came to Negril. And what attracted the hippies to Negril was people on the beach selling. Craft vendors selling their cakes, selling their this and selling their that. And of course, the well-known marijuana, the herb. When hippies came to Negril, they came with their tents and they stay in people's yards and go up into the mountains of Orange Hill and Mount Airy to get a sniff of the ganja. Some people remember those days when people from Negril came out of their houses to give the hippies or allow the hippies to stay in their yards. And to see that Negril people and other people around this country cannot walk the 7 Mile beach. It's a damn shame. And for people to come out and spewing some lies before they defend the Jamaican people, all in the name of politics. It needs to stop. And we must, the Jamaican people must rally around Ajabem and Dr. Taylor. And we must send a clear message to this Prime Minister and future Prime Ministers that they must do something about this. It is our beach. You know many times people feel frustrated and go on the 7 Mile beach in Negril, sit on the sun and the water come in, and the sea breeze blowing in your face. It calms you down. Your situation may not go away, but of course you feel a little better. So when you hear people talking about these things, and of course, it's very selective hotels in Negril that have the little part where you can walk from the property down to the beach. Some of them don't.
Yeah. And you're correct about that, because one of the, is touting Negril as if, to say that, look at that model. But you're very correct that the easement that people used to use, I remember, I used to go to Negril a lot, when I was in college, right? And, there were easement there that you could walk down. You can't walk down many of those easements anymore. They're all gone, all right? And there are still some tracks to enter onto the beach, but the beach is heavily militarized. There are, patrol riding on bikes on that beach, right? And you can't go with your family of 5, spread your towel out and put down, you're having, a picnic. You can't go there. If you go there with a group of 10 people, say, okay, before one of those establishments and spread out on the beach, you can't do it, because, one of the things that we must realize, the dry sand, most of the dry sand in Jamaica is actually part of people's property. So the wet sand era, you're telling me that I'm confined to that. So if I go there with my kids and my little, basket to go eat a food or whatever, you can't really spread out and sit there. You've been asked to move, right? If you walk on that beach and you try, yes, to sell something on the beach, police coming at you. So the hotel, and this is one of the other component of the Beach Control Act that we need to really make sure that Jamaican people understand, that the act allow the National Environmental Planning Agency to issue beach license. And a beach license give a hotel, a villa, a guest house, right? The right to carry out commercial activity on the foreshore. So they put their beach beds and their towels and their, gazebos and all their umbrellas there. The beach license facilitate that, and that takes precedence over any right that you may think you have to traverse the foreshore. And you know, I mean, that is how beach license really continue part of the displacement. And I want you to understand, and I want the Jamaican people to understand, right? And I know you guys are being called by many people telling you all kinds of things, but I want you to hear this. There are 366 beach licenses issued in Jamaica right now. 366 beach license. So when he talks about you know, many access to beach and many beaches you know, we have to use around Jamaica. Right now, NEPA has 366, and they have more because this, you know, you get these things through access to information, right? They have more of these licenses. What does those 366 license does? It has stipulated conditions as to what the hotel can do in the space. But one of the things, they have the right to commercially operate these spaces. And you either have to pay to use them, pay to be at the hotel, okay, and you can be displaced. But, you know, these are tools of the Beach Control Act, right? No right, you know, in or over the foreshore. Right by the government to issue license for use of the foreshore. And all these instruments are within that legislation that infringes upon your birthright. So we're claiming birthright here as the ultimate right of the Jamaican people as a result of your ancestors who were enslaved on that island, fighting for your right, won the war, won the rebellion war, okay? Gain the land, gain the independence, and as a result, your birthright is wedged into the struggle against chattel slavery, right? And now you lost that right because a legislation that the colonial master that you, our ancestors, defeated, put this legislation in place and give the power to the government of the country to wield it. And the government is wielding that since 1956, not in favor.
Well, let me just take let me interrupt you just to say this, Dr. Taylor, that I'll repeat that Kerry Wallace, the gentleman who represented the government's position, that there is confirmation from certain sectors of the population saying that his family business that owns beachfront hotels in Negril. It may be a hotel, I say hotels, not sure if it's one or many, including the Boardwalk Village located at 7 Mile Beach. And also that the public have to buy a day pass for $100 US to $200 US, or to dine in the hotel's restaurant, not sure which hotel, to get access to the beach. And people can walk along the 7 Mile Beach, but I'm being told that they cannot congregate around the hotel's sand area.
Yes, yes, absolutely. I mean, I've been there recently.
Well,
you can't come out there and chill out.
All of the people I'm out at the front, the live studio audience, I am coming out there now to greet all I want to. And I'm coming out there with the lovely TT, and we're going to walk around and show the facility. And Jeffrey Tavares, the man from Negril, the man who no fear nobody, is going to be here to continue with Dr. Devon Taylor. And I'm going to go out there and shake hands, press the flesh, hug people, kiss people. You know how I think that. And then I'm going to come back. Because don't forget, people, we have the rural bus initiative, and we're going to expose the people involved with that. We're going to show you how you can get a free bus in America. And we have a man who got a free bus, and we're going to tell you what he plans to do with it. And we're going to tell you what our initiative as a diaspora is to help the people of Jamaica and to stop people from chopping money that is earmarked for the poorest of the poor in Jamaica. So here comes Jeffrey Tavares. People out at the front, I'm on my way without delay. Dr. Devon Taylor, I'm coming back. You're not going anywhere until I get back here, sir. All right. Come in, Jeffrey.
Give thanks. Yeah, man. I mean, so So, you know, the information that you are sharing, Jeffrey, and that, you know, Rattigan is getting about, you know, operation on the Negril 7 Mile Beach is not the model that, you know, the government is saying, you know, it is the perfect model, you know, around the coastline. It is not. It is not. You know, I mean, when you describe, you know, your childhood days, you know, a freedom of movement along the Negril Beach. Yes, it was.
I want to cut you there, Dr. Taylor. You mentioned something about our childhood days, my childhood days in Negril. And I don't normally tell people where I'm from, but this is a topic that is dear to my heart. I remember when all of us, I'm looking at the group of us now. At that time, Negril was Negril. We used to have beach party every single Sunday on the 7 Mile Beach in Negril. Before they sell out to all those people of the affluent society who may come all over the place and buy beachfront land to put up hotels. We used to have, we start from Negril Square with the bike, you know, and the girls in the back of the bike with them bath suit on the 7 Mile Beach, going all the way up. I want to go up there. My uncle is either cooking or somebody is cooking. We enjoy ourselves every single Sunday. No, that can't happen again.
Right about that.
And the fact of the matter is, when you look on the Negril Community Center, is a damn disgrace. Negril, who has developed tourism in this country, successive government neglect Negril, and the people of Negril who build Negril to where Negril is. And you have some people who have hotels on the 7 and the western strip of Negril. Don't remember that is the poorer class of Negrilians who have hotels on the western strip. Welcome them. Allow them to have what they have now. For them to be going all over the place and chatting nonsense. It hurt me. It hurt me to see where my beloved community have become. Some people cannot walk the 7 Mile Beach. But let me make this clear. I want to see which man, which hotelier, which sandals, which swept away, which hedonism, which grand leader gonna stop this boy from walking the 7 Mile Beach in Negril when me born and grow. My neighbor string plant, they don't come there by aeroplane. I came to Negril by labor pain. And I want to see who's gonna stop me from walking the 7 Mile Beach in Negril. I said this to Unfettered Rattigan a couple months ago, you know. I said what we need to do is to gather up some money and put it on a billboard in Times Square that the Negril people don't have access to their beaches. That Negril people have access to running water. Because of the people who believe that they're ahead of us. And they come on ears and they spear pure lies and propaganda. Many people cannot walk the 7 Mile Beach in Negril. Many Negrilians who born and grow in Negril cannot walk the 7 Mile Beach in Negril. And I dare nobody come and tell me so nothing go so. So what you're saying, Dr. Taylor, is the truth. And the people must stand up. The people now must stand up and demand that we will not stand by anymore and allow those who believe that they're governing us to serve some walk over 7 Mile Beaches, whether it be Negril or wherever. The Jamaican people must have access to the beaches. And it's full time to stop selling out this country to those people who don't mean Negril or Jamaica any good. Dr. Taylor can go on, but it's your continuous, you're a guest.
No, I mean, no, listen, both of us are from coastal communities, you know, who have, you know, really experiencing the same kinds of violence, because, you know, this kind of dispossession, it is, state violence against its people. Because when you have individuals who have a connection to the coastal spaces for generations and generations, and then, you know, you just get up one day, all right, and you lose it. You know, it was very abrupt in Steertown, right? Or we lose access to Mammy Bay Beach. It never really take, the whole thing never really just happened over a matter of months. It happened over, 2 days, right? Wire fence drawn and big concrete thing go up, right? And state come out with police and soldiers and all politicians out there, you know what I mean? I tell people, say, why, none of them own the land, right? I mean, in your own land, you get that the kind of story there from politicians, right? You know what I mean? Just a beach where fishermen are used, before my ban. So it's a problem.
You know something, Dr. Taylor? You touch on something about fishermen. All of those remember the history of Negril. The little fishing village. The little fishing village. Negril was a tight-knit community of Negrilians who welcome everybody. It was called the little fishing village. Back in the days, I remember a good friend of mine. We grew up together. Her parents own a scuba diving place on the 7 Mile Beach in Negril. Dr. Karen Guernier. Dr. Guernier and I used to put on Christmas Street in Negril. Right in Negril Community Center or the Negril Roundabout. And I remember one time she came and said to me, Jeffrey, we need to do something, And I said to her, do what? She said to me, so we need to write an article about Negril. And she and I sit down and we talk about it. Karen went and wrote the article. And that is why I remember, if I knew I was going to talk about it, I have the article until this blessed day. The little fishing village of Negril. It was in the Western Mirror back in the days. It's not now the people of Jamaica is suffering from accessing their beaches. It's not now people who born and grow. I tell you something, A cousin of mine was standing on the beach that we own. And police come there and tell us you have to move. As a matter of fact, my brother, he's now living up here. My brother, police came to lock him up from off his own family beach. His own family beach. That's to show you what is going on in Negril and other places of Jamaica. And none of these politicians will not come and speak for the Jamaican people, because you know why? They're getting kickback. Who now get hotel room when hotel finish? Get money in a pocket. And who now get high-rise presidential suite from Spanish investors? We know about it. And that is why you will not speak for the hotelier, you will not speak for the people who are working in hotels or the beaches, the people who want to walk the beaches in Negril. Dr. Taylor, take over from me also, because honestly, this is getting to me.
No, I really want you're talking about corruption that the Beach Control Act of 1956 allows, right? Because when you have, governance is a thing that we have to really look at, and how laws really support bad governance in Jamaica. The Beach Control Act is just a bad piece of legislation, right? And by this way it is structured and how it empowers the minister, because it allows the minister to wield power, right? Lots of power. The minister can grant license for any beach at all, and his decision cannot be questioned in the court of law, right? The law clearly states that. It also allows the minister to take any piece of land and create any beach that they want to do so, right? These are the things that the law does. right? The law allows the minister also, if even beach space, is known to be a prohibited area because of its ecological sensitivity, it empowers the minister to also allow for development in that space. So the law is just a bad piece of legislation. And so when you have a bad legislation in place, it just makes governance corrupt around the space, right? Because if you can issue a license to anyone and no one cannot question you about that, even decommissioning of beaches in Jamaica. We have episode, and this is the reality now in Miami Bay, which, the beach has a designation, MMM, that was given to it since 1976. It was assigned that as a public fishing and bathing beach. It is gazetted to be so. It appears on fisheries list and it appears on NEPA list. But at the same time, the alleged landowners came in and displaced the community from the space. And that, is because of this Beach Control Act allows now the minister to decommission that space and do whatever they want to do, right? So the law is bad and the governance around the law is bad and breeds corruption. The other thing that is breeding corruption there, and I don't know if you could give me sharing access there, because I have up on the chart right on the screen right here, the revenue generated by leisure and business tourism in Jamaica from 2015 to 2024, and you can appreciate this is in billions of US dollars. What's been happening in the tourism industry? That anywhere you have whole heap of money at play, it sets up the opportunity for a lot of corruption. So the argument is that yes, tourism represents around 35% of the GDP of the country, about 50% of foreign exchange earnings, and about 25% of the jobs, fall in that category, right? So just kind of let's look at all of these numbers here, and we see from 2015, the revenue in tourism is increasing. So if you have a political class, which, there is this perception of corruption that sits in the space, and we have seen it because we have seen scandals after scandals after scandals, in the country, and we have seen a lot of them related to real estate. All right, and a lot of this dollars is being generated by coastal real estate that adjoins the foreshore, and this kind of money make in that space. If you don't have strong legislation, lots of oversight, community involvement and engagement, just for transparency in this space, then it further breeds a lot of corruption. So I am, have no doubt that a lot of what's happening in tourism in Jamaica, there's corruption in there because there's a whole lot of money to be made, and it suits a lot of people to keep this there and to make sure the monopoly that tourism have on the country stays there. There is no incentive for a diversification of the Jamaican economy into high, income jobs, into a future where we see technological build out in agriculture, in technology, in other areas that are very important. Even the sea that we're looking at right there is massive in terms of the blue economy. Fishing industry can rival these numbers if done correctly. The mariculture industry can do so, and they can rival this kind of tourism, and they're not as as extractive as the tourism is. Neither do they transfer the sovereignty of the country, all right, away, from the people by all of these lands. So yes, the money is a lot of money in other space, and the money is tied to corruption. So we have to really pay attention to it. So it's something that we are spotlighting as why this is really happening, because we can break down the distribution of tourism profit in Jamaica in 2024. We can break it down. We can break it down for the audience. You see, of the $4.3 billion that left, if you look at that red bar there, that is representing the private and foreign entities' profit. That's over 70% of that profit that never touched the island at all. And my Jamaican people, this is being made off your coastal, your resources. It's made off your beach and your beach lands. That money don't touch the island. And the little peeny bit that community get, which is less than 10%, and the government in terms of their taxes, the top the government get off of taxes in this business is 20%. And we have maxed out the calculation to say this is the most they can get. And we maxed out that for community because community ranges between 5 to 10%. And we know they're not getting 10%. And the government is between 10 and 20%. And we know they're not getting 20%. But we said, take it. 20% government, 10% community, 70%, for these foreign entity. So we are not anti-tourism and we're not anti-development. We are fully aware that many Jamaicans, right, benefit from some aspects of this industry. We fully understand that, as bartenders and, lifeguards and, concierge and, you work in as a cook, your security. We understand all these kind of connection, right? But at the same time, what the plantation tourism is doing in terms of the labor force violation that we think is happening in that space. And I want to give a shout out to the National Hospitality Union, Jamaica's Michael Downer and his team, who are providing now. They have built out a union to try to unionize hospitality workers, to make sure that they're not being violated, because a lot of violation is happening in this tourism industry that we need to correct. We need to correct it.
Dr. Taylor, let me ask you this question here, Dr. Taylor. And somebody put it in the chat room. That what happened to the court case in Portland?
That court case is ongoing, right? Yes. So that's the Blue Lagoon court case is ongoing. We go back to court in September. In September, we go back, and just to put it into perspective, for the larger audience, 3 years ago, the community, and the public, was displaced from using the Blue Lagoon and its associated beach, because they said there were, all kinds of, vending and illegal activities happening in the space. It wasn't safe. There was not good sanitary facility there. In fact, there was none. And they were going to, clear the space, put all those amenities in, and reopen to the public. So, it went on for a very extended time. And there is a component of customary rights. If customary rights is disrupted for a year or more, and you acquiesce your right, you didn't express any interest, you didn't protest, you didn't make noise, you did it kind of nudge the system, then you would have lost that right. And we spot that was coming on. So we collaborated with Portland Environmental Action, Blue Lagoon Alliance, members in and around Portland, to bring the matter to the court to say, no, the customary pathway, which is a public parochial road, had a security guard there that prevented the public from accessing the Blue Lagoon over the customary path. And if that, was, broken, the country and the people of Jamaica would have lost their right to the Blue Lagoon. So it brought the case into the courts. All right. And it's still ongoing. They tried to destroy the case, but they were not successful. All right. And we had a reset and we're back there. And so we are still fighting for the prescriptive rights to the Blue Lagoon and to the fishing beach and the bathing beach that is associated. So I think it's September 24th, we go back into the Portland Parish Court to press the case for prescriptive rights of access to the Blue Lagoon.
For those who are just joining us, we're coming to you live from Brooklyn, New York. We have Dr. Devon Taylor of JABEM, who is speaking to us about the beach access that Jamaicans don't have in Jamaica. I'm sitting in here for Mr. Rattigan for a couple of minutes. We also have the man himself, Kevin Stew. I can't do it like Ratty, so, but Kevin, I have a question for Dr. Taylor related to beach access. You're from Jamaica. Talk to us.
Yeah, I haven't been there in a minute though. Devon, welcome back again.
Thanks.
We have been addressing this issue of beach access for a while, and what you have brought to many of our attention, especially mine, is that this is something that I guess has been going down a slippery slope since 1956 with the Beach Control Act. Over what period of time would you say that Jamaicans were restricted the most to get to the point where we are now?
Yeah, it's a good question, and it's pretty difficult to really answer in quantifying which window we have the greatest loss of access as a result of lack of rights. I would say, understanding, the Beach Control Act of 56, there was a lot of complaining happening early in 1954 by fishermen, right, and beachgoers, that they were losing access to the beaches, right, and something needed to be done. Now, they said that this Beach Control Act was written in response to give the government regulatory power, right, over the foreshore, so it can really serve the needs of the people. But you have to understand, in the context of colonial hierarchy and how these things are ordered, that was just moving control. Government control does not translate into empowerment of people. That just don't happen. We've never seen that in our time. All right. I would say, you see, during the 80s, when you have they set up this entity called the Recreation Development Corporation, that they start the divestment of all the beaches. So before, you used to have local government in charge of beach safety, beach cleanliness and all that kind of stuff. But in the 80s, they start to really divest the beaches them, and so they roll up most of the beaches that the municipal entities own into a company called the Recreation Development Corporation, and that was structured to divest the beaches off to all kinds of entity who want them, right? And that started to happen there. So if I was accurate in pinpointing a window, it started in the 80s with the divestment strategy of bundling beaches and also transferring beaches and link them to different tourism product. So you have TPDCO and TEF, right? Tourism Enhancement Fund and TPDCO were created also as entity to support a tourism industry, and beaches were also transferred to the Ministry of Tourism. So it's almost like with divestment comes a neoliberal order, which seems that it is about empowerment of people, but it's not really. It's an empowerment of business and a preservation of colonialism, and also an extension of capitalism. And all of that started to take root in the country in the 80s and manifest itself into what we're living right now, where the beaches now, get tied to tourism, and a big push towards the kind of tourism model that we are experiencing in Jamaica now, which I call a plantation tourism model that is happening. So that's the window where it all start to go downhill.
Okay, so as we are becoming more aware of what has happened and how we've gotten to this place, how then do we actively go about fixing it?
Yeah. And, these are the spaces in which we are moving the direction and the conversation to. How do we fix these issues, right? So I think we have to start with legislation, right?
Okay.
The one that is in place that gave us no right needs to change. So, you cannot you can't amend the Beach Control Act of 1956, right? The spirit of that law is, it's anti-rights, right? It's not democratic, okay? It's not empowering people, all right? And it's not environmental in nature. So it violates environmental laws, right? It just allows, the minister to grant, development in ecologically sensitive prohibited areas. It requires no consensus. It's just not. So the nature of that law is authoritarian, okay? So you can't amend it. You have to repeal it and replace it. I think that is the first step. In doing so, we have a framework that we think, we can work with. It requires rezoning the coast. Rezoning is done all the while across the world, across, geographics, in many areas. All right. Just as they were proposing to create a new parish, requires rezoning. Development orders does this all the while. Areas that are designated for agricultural purposes, areas for evil parties.
Residential.
About zones, about noise abatement act, that you can't do certain things in certain spaces. So we're saying that you're going to rezone the coastline. And we have ideas around what those zones could look like, because we're not starting from scratch. Other jurisdictions have done these kind of things. This has been done in different Caribbean islands. This is done in Mexico. Costa Rica have zones along their coast, and we are saying that there is a zone, right, that is, let's say, 50 meters above the high water mark, that we can totally designate that as just public land, right? And that will carry, the fundamental rights that Jamaicans deserve, right? Not rights, that is qualified rights. It is general and unfettered. You can go there anytime you want to go there, okay? We're asking for rezoning. We're asking for a zone that also extend 100 meters out into the sea. And that is very necessary, because something that we have not really talked about today is appropriation of the sea, right? Taking away of the sea. And Kevin, if you could project the slide that I have on the screen, I want to use this as an opportunity to expose your audience to what is happening in Jamaica right now. Okay? Just take a look at that. Let's take a look at it for a second. What you're seeing there are the building, the construction of hotel rooms in the sea. All right? Sanders Royal Caribbean, Sanders White House, Princess Senses the Mangrove. What that means is that you and I cannot go back to these spaces. That's done, gone. Now, if the sea is a common heritage of mankind, right? And this is within what we call the Jamaicans economic zone, 12 I think or 14 miles, from the high water mark is territorial space that Jamaica have full jurisdiction over according to United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. So we can do what we want in this space. But the government is transferring water, right, to hotels to now build rooms in the sea. And this is they're taking away the sea too. So a proliferation of this model across the country means not only that we're losing coastline, but we're losing the sea. So a fisherman who used to push out from this space can't do it anymore, right? Also, the mangroves that are associated with many of these spaces are damaged. And the purpose that this was breeding ground and really helping purification, oxygenation, all of that is being happening, and be compromised. And so this is part of what's happening now, along the coastline. And I want the public to understand that no regulation exists in Jamaica for the building of overwater structures. Only a guideline, and a guideline is something that you cannot enforce in law. So when laws are broken as to destruction of the ecology, right, you can no longer you can't prosecute them people because what you're going to prosecute them with is just a guideline. It was what it is a guide. So when we talk about rezoning the coastline and we rezone out to 100 meters out into the sea, we're saying that remains for the public to have rights to it, to use it, not just one group of people, but all people. And there's many things. We can make many cases for this. Right? People are baptizing in these spaces, right? The fishermen then push out from it. This is where your recreation happen. Your spiritual, baptism, you swim out, you exercise, okay? You all know the story of how, black bodies washed up on the shore from the transatlantic slavery to go there and pay homage to, our ancestors, your ancestral rights around libation. You're losing your cultural connection because of now this new dimension to tourism in Jamaica is appropriation of the sea to build overwater bungalow. And almost, many of these hotels now, right, are going to be doing this. The big 30-story or whatever one, Moon Palace that is proposing in Jamaica now is going to be building overwater bungalow. So my brother, you have to rezone the coastline to really fix the problem.
Is there any way for the two to coexist? The profitability of tourism maximizing use of the coastline and the rights of the Jamaican people?
There can be coexistence, absolutely. We have seen it in many spaces across the planet. Big, tourism mecca like
you had
Thailand.
cut out for a moment. Sorry, Devon. I didn't hear what you said at the beginning. You had cut out for a second there.
Oh, okay. No, I'm saying that absolutely there can be coexistence in the space. All right. I mean, we have seen that happen across the Caribbean, right? We have, big, if we want to take a, big tourism mecca like Thailand, countries like those, you can't own the beaches out there, but, hotels are built, on lands that are close to the beaches. It's the same thing, in places like Mexico and Costa Rica, Barbados and St. Kitts, Nevis, St. Lucia, they all, but people use the beach. So you can't transfer that right, to the hotel. The hotel is built on the land, and you draw a wire fence on the land, and then, 50 meters above the watermark is considered public, and public have the right to traverse that space. It is not going to impact your tourism revenue. That's one of the biggest lie that has been told, that this model of tourism, works in Jamaica and bring maximum revenue to Jamaica because we offer them exclusivity to the space. It's not true. They will not run away. New legislation passed tomorrow to says that 50 meters above the high water mark is public land accessible by the entire Jamaican, public, including your guests, will not chase them away. They will have to adjust to that reality. But we're seeing the model across the world, and it does not translate into less revenue or, foreign tourists don't want to mingle with Jamaican people. We cannot do that. And the model that they're saying they're creating these 10 beaches for 3 million people, that is different from the hotel beaches, is segregation, which is illegal under Jamaican law and illegal under international law. You can't have beaches for white and beaches for black. That is not consistent, with the constitution of the country and where the world is right now. No tourist will tell you that now come to Jamaica because black people dip on the beaches them down there. Not going to happen. So the coastline must be rezoned. And we further want actually 50 meters that is above, right, what we'll call public land to be a lease-only zone. I think we have to go there because of the limited amount of land that exists around the country, right? That this must be a space that you can only lease, and so we can perpetually make, you know, an economic return on coastal land, because it's very, you know, it's a very pricey piece of real estate. It also presents some security and sovereignty implications that I think we need to flush out as a nation. And so I'd like to open up a debate that we rezone the coastline into 3 different zones. This is something that, you know, internally in JABEM we've been talking about, and, you know, we have some ideas how it can be done. And it will not carry what the government fear about constitutional challenge by these private landowners, because they raised that concern in the United Nations when we brought the argument forward to do this, that they're going to be constitutional challenge by property owner that adjoins the foreshore. The government have enough tools in its arsenal to really mitigate that.
Let me ask you this question, Dr. Taylor. This beach access saga has been going on in Jamaica for many years, way before me I even born. And neither the People's National Party or the Jamaica Labour Party see it fit. The Prime Minister of the country has the ability, with the stroke of a pen, to change this legislation going on with the beach access. My question to you right now, people keep on saying this one government at a time. This happened between PNP and JLP and JLP and PNP. My question to you right now, in all that you're doing and in all that we're fighting to access our beaches, have you approached the opposition People's National Party with this? And when they gain state power, do you believe, Dr. Taylor, that Mr. Golden and his administration, with a stroke of a pen, will do something to change the beach access act in Jamaica for Jamaicans to access the beach freely, sir?
You know, I mean, Jeffrey, we're in a political you know, cycle of elections right now.
Yeah.
Okay, and so there's a lot of chatter around the issue that we are here discussing. I think you put it into context that the legislation has been on the books for now close to 69 years, and we have seen almost shared number of years in governance of the country by both political parties, and none of them changed the legislation to benefit the country, you know, benefit the people, I should say, right? In terms of economic, also in terms of environmental management, we have not seen that happen. So if I was supposed to use history, right, to really kind of judge what would happen in the future, I would give both political parties a failing grade, right? And so I would not hang my hat, right, on a projection. But let us dissect what has happened since the formation of the Jamaica Beach Birthright Environmental Movement, JABEM, over the last 3 years. And we have brought this conversation, you know, to the forefront. You know, I mean, I have to give credit, right, to Dr. Carlin Cooper, you know, to Kabu Mahad Karu, Esther Figueroa, Nina McCullough, John Maxwell, and many of the stalwarts who have fought for beach access rights across Jamaica over many years. And it's not lack of bringing the issue to the Jamaican people, right, that you know, why this has not changed. It's not the lack of knowing that there's a problem, you know, by the political class. Why have they not acted is the question that we are asking ourselves. Why? And we've kind of point out, you know, some of the reasons that we think are embedded in corruption, all right, in terms of the state controlling these kind of things and are able to use it and to wield it, all right, you know, for economic gains. It may be personal, you know, I mean, it may be also, you know, going to their friends, right? So what we have seen, though, we're in terms of JABEM and JABEM engagement, you know, with you know, the partisan political class, is that one of the first act we did is that, you know, there was an opportunity to raise the issue at the United Nations, you know, and we did so. And we did so, with the Andrew Holness-led government, Dr. Andrew Holness-led government that was presenting, Jamaicans, Jamaica in a state as it relates to discrimination. So we went to the Committee for the Eradication of Racial Discrimination, saying that this legislation is discriminatory, right? Jamaicans can't really access their space, the beaches, and we're, pushed out economically. Many of our observances around cultural norms are being broken because of this, all right? And this says, okay, no, we don't think so, all right? And we reserve the right for balancing, environmental, beach access with economics. So they refuse to change, right? What have we done subsequently? We have dragged 4 cases into the court. 3 of those cases include, parts of the government that is led by Dr. Andrew Holness, right? We're talking about Blue Lagoon, Jamaica National Heritage Trust, Portland Municipal Corporation, right? These are 2 government entities that are defendants, government agencies that we are going up against the court for now 2.5 going to 3 years. That's engagement of this government. We're talking about Little Duns River going up against the Urban Development Corporation, which is a statutory body of the government, again, part of the Andrew Holness-led administration. All right. When we talk about Bob Marley Beach, right? Again, Commissioner of Land is a defendant in the case. The Commissioner of Lands, sits in the National Land Agency. The National Land Agency sits in the Office of the Prime Minister. Again, another engagement with the Andrew Holness GLP-led administration. So that has been what all JABEM has been engaging the government by saying that you're a defendant here. No, you need to come on the side of the people and open up these spaces, right? And change your legislation, because you can do that, right? As it relates now, because the government position, as was clearly outlined, by Dr. Wallace from TEF, as to what their position is. A couple of beaches, they're going to do some renovation work there, and that's what the country will have access to. It's not about affording fundamental rights. Okay, so you ask yourself the question, is this the direction that we want to move in as a people? That not only our access rights, our environmental rights, right, our economic rights, and protection of the foreshore that is being held hostage by the Beach Control Act, right, and by big tourism. We're not seeing a change or a shift that would empower the Jamaican people by removing this piece of legislation. So we have seen, and let me just kind of, finish, put the political, partisan political piece into perspective. So the PNP have came out and they're saying that, well, we're going to do something about this. We do not think this is just. We do not think this is right. We're going to, the latest article in the Gleaner, that they're going to wash away, the beach access blues. And they are going to, discuss, I guess, with the hotel industry, and the captains. Not sure what that is referring to. They have a discussion about Jamaicans' access to the foreshore. They have highlighted the problem in social media video that Jamaicans are crying out. They want more access, and that they are going to put a policy in place. They're going to have that conversation with the hotel industry to provide, access to the foreshore, and they want to do it in an harmonious way. So they're prepared to change the legislation, right, to benefit the people. Now, the devil is always in the details, right? I don't think, right, taking an approach where you're going to have a discussion, with an industry that is benefiting from our exclusion, to now say, okay, you must provide inclusion of these people. Government have all the tools to do so, right? The PNP have also clearly says if the hotel industry fail to, provide these easements, then they'll move toward legislation, all right? legislation must be enacted to give rights, because the fundamental problem is that we don't have the right. So you as government cannot discuss with the private sector to give the people rights. You must change the legislation to give the people rights. When you afford rights, you may discuss, with them that the country now have this right. So it's either we're going to appropriate land to make the easements, right? Or you're going to voluntarily write it on your land title that they have the right, because the 1882 legislation provides that it must be written on a land title, and it is strong legislation, right? When that right is written on your land title, so you cannot block people. That's one of the strengths of the legislation. Now, of course, Matsumoto came out and says, well, all new hotels will have to provide pathway to the beach, right? I want to understand. So what happened to the old one, them? We control most of the space. What are they required to do? And what is the mechanism of the new ones going to do so? Is it an act of parliament is going to legislate this? So now you're going to legislate that every beach, ever so many feet, have an easement of access, and that easement is now something that the National Land Agency, through the Commissioner of Lands, really take those lands, just as how they do when they're building a highway and the road is too small and they need property. They come and they use the Land Acquisition Act of 1947 and they take land in order to expand road, that we're going to take land in order to create rights of access to the beaches. That's what I'm telling you. The tools are there. The tools are there for the government to do anything it wants to benefit the people, right? And what we're seeing clearly, this administration is not doing so.
So let me ask you this.
Hold on, Kevin. I want to bring back Mr. Rattigan. I'm going to ask Dr. Taylor this person before I go. Dr. Taylor, do you believe, oh God, I lost my train of thoughts, but do you believe that the Jamaican people, once and for all, will get access to beaches that they're supposed to be walking anytime they feel like walking? You believe that if I'm not going to make it be political, but I want to bring politics in this. Do you believe, because if this has been going on from 1962, way before me and you born, and nothing has been done with the stroke of a pen by neither the PNP nor the JLP, do you believe in your heart of heart that if a Mark Golding get in, he'll be a stroke of the pen, he'll just shove it down and say, all right, I'm going to go on from the beach, a phone at the beach, I'm going to take this thing far? You believe that's going to happen?
Jeffrey, what I will say is that advocacy and the power of advocacy, right, moves, the political class to act. This is why we are doing what we're doing here. If we are able to mobilize really and organize the Jamaican people to say that beach access rights, beach access legislation that benefits the people of the country is on the ballot, and it's something that will, empower the Jamaican people, and we the people want that, then the political class will act. So I think if we make the case, right, and we, can push hard, and, we have to give thanks for the opportunity to really have this space to advocate to the people, then the people can push the government to act. So I can say, yes, any government, right, whether it is the GLP or the PMP, we're seeing that, and it's a very tricky line for walk here. Put me in a right, and I was still in about what I'm saying, that what we're seeing right now in the context of the GLP-led administration is not happening. It's very clear, right? It's 3 years now we're in a court to ask for this thing, and we now get it, and 3 government different agencies, and we still not get it, and we're in the streets, them had protests, and we still not get it. Okay. Right, so we're saying we're not getting it. So the other guy over there now says, never give to you, right? But there are some details that we're not hearing, right? That is not as clear as it relates to, okay, we are going to repeal this law, all right, and we're going to change the legislation so it's a rights-based legislation. Rather, we we're going to have a discussion with the hotel, right? Before, we want to move harmonious on this, and if there's a failure there, then we move towards legislation. We are pushing the political class for greater clarity, and so this needs to be on the ballot. So the mobilization of the Jamaican people, I beg Jamaican in a diaspora and in a yard, put this out there, talk to your councillor them, talk to your MPs them, tell them that this is something that we need in the country. We need it because it is cultural, it is our birthright, and it also have a big economic component to it. And it's real. You only have in Montego Bay right now, and I talk to my Montego Bay people them. Harmony Cove is there as a beach, right? That, the public can have access to. All Hospital Beach are one-man beach you can have access to. And you have dead end space, and you have Providence Beach out of flankers. I'm going to talk about free spaces, when my sister or my brother who collect minimum wage want to go beach, with him 3 or 4 picnic, and him can't afford, the doctor's cave money, right? Or him can't go check in our hotel for go on beach. Him have them free beaches here, right? The government advanced that they're going to divest one-man beach or Old Hospital Beach, made it's going to come privatized. Providence Beach is up for, the taking right now. The airport authority owns the land there, and, they are in discussion now, I guess, to build the overwater bungalow off that coast, and that land will be transferred to a private developer. So Montego Bay would only have, Harmony Cove for the entire parish of St. James. It can't work, okay? So that kind of a situation that is happening in Jamaica is a reason for you to push your political class, push your MP them, ask them, where do you stand on beach access issue? You want free up the space for us? And if them come down in a way that then Jabem is going to say, vote for them. If the political party that comes out and truly present a credible, right, plan with granularity as to, what they will do in terms of rights. I've not heard that we will legislate the rights. I'm very careful about this, I'm not talking about just access, because I said before, you can get access. You must have rights. Right now, the access is permission. So every beach you go to Jamaica is by permission. You may have to pay, right, to access it. They're public, absolutely. You can pay if you go to them hotel here and you go up on the space. You pay if you go beach is a public beach, but you have to pay if you go there. Okay, we're saying that the free spaces that most of our people can't afford the money if you go, right, and locked out. We are asking you legislatively, will you change the legislation so we have rights there? So we put in beach access rights on the ballot for the Jamaican people to know, vote for who is going to represent our best interests.
Dr. Taylor, I would just want to hand back over to Mr. Wilfred Radigan, right here in the Radigan program. Kevin is in the background doing his trick as usual, but here it is. Just saw Dr. Taylor, yes. Dr. Taylor is back up. Dr. Taylor, I want to say this to you, sir, that we stand behind you. And for those who want to go in the public square because they are part of the problem that this country faces and believe that they can continue lying to the people of this country, they make a sad mistake. We're going to hand back over to Mr. Wilfred Radigan right here in Reeds Radigan. We're listening, watching from around the world and the Eastern Caribbean. We're coming to you live from Brooklyn, New York. We're on the road with Reeds Radigan. Kevin, take it away until Mr. Radigan come over.
Thank you, sir. So, Devon, you mentioned Harmony Beach, and I wanted to ask you about that. Would you say UDC and the government, by extension, got that one right, or is it more of, let me appease the people a little bit, give them this, and so that I can go ahead with whatever else I'm trying to do?
Yeah, so you know, Harmony Cove in Montego Bay has always been accessible by the public. It was formerly called Dump Up Beach. So it's not that it's a new beach land that was opened up so people could traverse it and go to the sea, right? So what they did to that space in creating a beach park, right? You know, it's in its permanence, right, to the people, which, as I said, you know, and I have to, you know, beat this, you know, to death. The rights issue is the issue, right? You want this thing to be a right. It's a right in countries like Costa Rica and Mexico. It's a right in Barbados. It's a right in, you know, in Trinidad and St. Kitts and Nevis. You can't just walk up on a beach on a trap, brethren, right? You know, the government can divest Harmony Cove any day they want to divest. They're divesting Walter Fletcher Beach, which is just down the road from it. They put up, I said, Old Man for divestment. There's no security, right? None, as long as this legislation remain in its current formation. None whatsoever at all. So we have to move away from that. Now, what they've done in terms of the physical infrastructure on that beach, they've poured a lot of concrete, you know, in that ecological space that, you know, I mean, you know, many of us environmentalists do not see that as the right approach if you're, you know, conserving the foreshore. The foreshore requires special care. You have to recreate the environment as very close to, you know, its native form. So, you know, would have rather no concrete be poured on beaches, all right, and for them to really kind of, you know, preserve that natural ecosystem base, you know, plant the vegetation that is endemic to the space, all right, minimum kind of human intervention. This is kind of like, we have to understand nature, you know, and work with nature. Nature over millions of years has evolved in a certain way in order to make sure that cycles are renewed and it really protects itself. And by the amount of concrete that you're poured in that space, the way you construct that space environmentally, I don't think that should be the model that you you know, you proliferate across the country. It should not be the model. You don't take out coastal forests. You know, you can create a track or an easement that people can move through and get to the foreshore, and you know, it would be good. So Harmony Cove, I would not say that as a model you want to emulate across the country. I think the idea, right, of having you know, spaces along the coastline, right, you know, freely accessible by the public, you know, is one to embrace. And I got to tell you, as a sister of mine, you know, went there very early one morning and could not get on the beach because the beach opened at 9 o'clock. Right? It's the same issue in the Blue Lagoon. It's open at 9 and close at 5. Now, brethren, tell me, we use beach like that at Jamaica, beach open 9 o'clock and close at 5 o'clock. I mean, really and truly, I mean, who use beach 9 to 5?
Well, all right, because with living here in South Florida, there are beaches that where we have access to, and there are hours with which we can go to some of these beaches. I understand wanting or having the ability in some cases to go on the beach whenever, but if you're going to say you're giving also providing lifeguards, these individuals would have to work on a schedule. So is it that then there's a rotation of lifeguards to maintain a 24-hour schedule to allow for 24 access to the beach? And in reality, to make an omelet, you have to break some eggs. So if we're going to make beach access available to everyone and make it safe also, there has to be some level of development. Let's say, God forbid, something happens to a beachgoer in the water. For emergency services to fully be able to provide assistance, then there needs to be some kind of access. So to get an individual who was drowning from out of the water onto the beach to the road to get into an emergency vehicle, granted that we have it available, when you minimize that distance, then you maximize survivability. So there has to be some level of development that is happening in order to make this happen.
No, I see your reasoning, but I mean, the way you have to, there's a certain cultural appropriateness as to how population evolve as to their relationship and how they use the coastline, right?
Okay.
And so I would not be seeing the use of beaches in Jamaica as to how use of beaches are in North America, right? Where lifeguards are there, and I would say that many of these beaches will tell you when the lifeguard leave, you swim at your own risk.
At your own risk.
All right, so that don't require a lifeguard for the 24 hours. Okay, so you understand you got your own risk, and that's for most of the ocean across the planet Earth, right? So a development is not required, or that part of it is not required. We don't use beaches in that kind of 9 to 5. You get up, you go early at the beach. People have churches in the space. I, for one, like to go when the sun is setting and just kind of have my meditation window there. It's kind of less crowded. I really enjoy that.
Mm-hmm.
I go very early in the morning. And now if I lose those are part of my cultural expression that has been compromised by your idea of development and what it should look like and how it should be controlled. So, once the culture does not evolve in that context, I don't think we need to kind of put that on our people. As far as emergency services and access, it's really very painful to talk about a beach advocate, who died because of the inability to receive emergency care on the beach. And I got to tell you that beach had a road to it, and it had a gate, and the gate was closed. And I don't want to really kind of call out the name of that organization right now, because it's an organization that should have never been involved in exclusion of people from beaches. But Eve Auburn, passed away on the beach and was unable to receive the care absolutely that she needed, because of course the emergency vehicle had to take a different road to get to the beach because of who controlled that beach, blocked out the public and locked the public out, right? So these things don't guarantee, any development, don't guarantee access to services in a Jamaica, because gate lock and only certain people can go through them gate there, right? So I think, and it's something that we have been talking about when, Jabem met and discussed about coastal spaces and how they should be. And we talk about, a relationship with Jamaica on the coastline. We know a lot of Jamaicans can't swim, all right? And we talk about swimming lessons on beaches. You talk about lifeguard, we talk about community providing these kind of services on their community beaches and equip many people with the ability to do so. These things do not take excessive developmental strategy. What it takes is empowerment of communities to be in charge of beaches that are adjoining to these communities. And the communities will know what to do. You always have a lot of prolific swimmers from different communities. I have been on beaches where people, almost drown, and many of us, including myself, snap into action and act, okay? Right. Because our beaches are, people are always on them. And when you create this situation now where, you create rigid structures, you open us to all kind of things, and I'm not saying this is the reason for it, but that as long as and if I remember correctly, no one drowned in the Blue Lagoon until they had lifeguard there and the requirement to have life jackets in the Blue Lagoon. All right. And, I think one or two people have drowned since. Now, it may be all coincidental. All right. But the safety is something that we do consider within the spaces. Absolutely. Right. But development is not a requirement to ensure that, we are protecting our people. One of the biggest threat is the displacement, right? It is, the exclusion, and it is the disempowerment of our people, right? Or dispossessed from the space, and we do not have the right. So I think the legislation that we're talking about must bring in right, all right? And I think it's a conversation that is happening across Jamaica. Dr. Rosalie Hamilton, has talked about and is pushing, through the Advocates Network, the need for constitutional reform that, empowers local communities. So you will hear about the participatory democracy component being spoke about as a different way of governance in Jamaica, because we have to decentralize the power structure in how the country is ordered, since independence, and empower local community. I think the empowerment of local communities is going to bring lots of solutions. Jamaicans are full of solutions, We're full of solutions, very creative spaces. We just never really have the chance to really do so because of how the system set. So we get excluded from it, and now things centralized and controlled out of Kingston. You just look at how the country run, right? Many have even elected MPs who should be running them spaces in a rural spaces, end up in ministries in Kingston, and then all of them attention is directed there. Most of the senators who are appointed to the Senate, does not really come from local communities. So their conversation that, each local jurisdiction will get, one or two senators that, must be voted upon. All kinds of reasoning is happening around, this whole constitutional thing that, was just kind of dealt with badly by the current administration. Just never really put in the education and really offer the transparency, that and the discussion that is fully needed across the country, as to how we would like to govern ourselves. And I think community have the biggest power, right, when it comes on to management, conservation, in coastal spaces.
All right. Much respect, Devon. It's one of those discussions, beach access is one of those discussions that on one hand, you look at and just say, this must happen. There's no government, no enterprise should have any license to say, you cannot go into the water here, or you cannot swim across this section of water because you can't own the ocean. And by extension, this section of coastline is really asinine. And so we need to go ahead and use the tools that we have, starting with knowledge. You have done an excellent job in educating us as it relates to some of the rights that we have and some of the rights that are taken away. So the rights that we should have and how to go about exercising those rights. And I applaud you for that. Thank you for the levels of education that you brought to us over this time as we go on this journey and engage in this fight to regain our rights to beach access. Not some, all beaches. Much respect.
Yes. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, man, give thanks.
Give the thanks because the vibes we get, people outside. People outside are the big up on themselves, Big up on themselves. People outside are watching things and have them conversation are going outside, so we join it and everything like that. And then when you look at the chat, you see that it is a pleasure and a joy and an honor to have you here, because people like you educate the masses. It speak truth to power. You know, just speak truth to us, but it speak truth to power. And people respect you tremendously for that. And like Kevin said, this is a conversation that's ongoing, not a one-off thing, because they don't see it as they see it as a one-off that them control and that's it. But we don't see it as a one-off. And remember now, power doesn't yield. Power doesn't yield. You know, you have to do something to get what you want from the powerful and you have to make them respect you. And I think that in all of the quarters, you are respected. You know, people who them kind of dislike, you know, what you stand for, them still respect the fact that come out, you do the thing, you get the people mobilized, and you're in the court, and you're doing it. Everything you're doing is above board and completely legal. You know, so they can't come at you and say, well, you know, him is at this and him is at that, and people can see through those arguments. So we just want to thank you for coming on again and explain the thing. And you know it is already. This is home for you. So whenever these issues come up, being in the court things, we really want you to come and explain to us what really took place so that people can keep abreast of the issues. Your parting words.
Yeah. I want you to project a slide I have on the screen right now, right? And okay. I want to put out a word to the Jamaican people, all right? That we are asking you to really, you know, sign up to JABEM, you know, follow us on our social media profiles, JABEM, Instagram, Facebook, you know, JABEM and TikTok, right? You know, if you can contribute to our legal fight, we're asking you to do so. We have a GoFundMe up there, or you can go through the one Jamaica Legal Defense Fund. You can go through that. You know, if you want to help, if you have expertise, would like you to also reach out to us, let us know where expertise lies, and help us to really push for this change, right? You know, JABEM is an equal rights and justice movement that is rooted in environmental justice, in social justice, right? In economic justice as it relates to the foreshore. And we live in 2025 right now, and I want you to really look at a comparison between remittances contribution and tourism contribution to the Jamaican economy, right? And look at how, because a part of your audience, you know, Mr. Rattigan, is in the diaspora, but it's also in Jamaica. So the ones who are sending money to Jamaica, all right, and receiving the money in Jamaica must understand that you have economic power to affect change in your land. You can affect change. If the tourism industry makes $4.3 billion, and we already show us a $3 billion of it left Jamaica in 2024. You who contribute $3.36 billion, where that $3.36 billion stayed in Jamaica and empower people in Jamaica, you must have a say. Not only the private sector who is saying, no, well, we are make money in Jamaica. You who are send money down there actually is contributing, and your money and stay down there. And we're not talking about other in-kind donation that you make through donation to schools, health fairs, you know what I mean, paying all kind of, you know, hospital bills, you know, I mean, help people with other kind of projects, you know, funding, you know, scholarship programs in the country. The diaspora is contributing billions of dollars and must have a voice also. And so you need to talk to your family member down there about advocating for things. Now, if this can earn $4.3 billion for the country, just think about this 3 billion that diaspora is sending and 4 from tourism, 7 billion staying in the country, it means some change is going to afforded. And of course, we need the right set of people then we are managing money in other country to make sure that them now scrape and enough of and this money is not really been end up in a corrupt spaces. So the power of economics, if that is what's driving the tourism industry to have more say over beach rights, I'm saying that the diaspora, through his contribution to remittances, also have a say, and the recipients of the money in the country have a say as it relates to what and how we want the Jamaica society run. So me has put a word out there to say the diaspora have a role to play, and we the people in the country have a role to play because we are contribute to the economy also in the country. So if the argument is purely economic, the context is there for them to listen to we the people. So we in an election cycle right now in the country, and we ask Jamaican people to really exercise your constitutional right to vote and vote on issues that matters, you know, not only to you, but matters also to the benefit of the nation. And I think changing laws and pushing a big component of the economy to really be democratic, to be just, to be economically equitable is a responsibility of us all. So that's where I will, end for today to say that the responsibility of the country and the direction in which it goes lies with we the people. So let us act in the interest of the nation.
My brother, just want to thank you again.
Thank you again.
Keep us posted on the legal fights and the other fights too. Not actual fights, but you know what I'm talking about, the protests and the initiatives to raise funds so that you can continue the fight, to champion the people's cause. So just want to thank you again, brethren. You always make us bright every time you come around. You know, you always come with gems and gems and gems and gems of information so that people can hang on to and at least feel a sense of hope that someday soon we will be able to have unfettered access to all, not some, all of our beaches. Our beaches. Thank you, my brother. Take care, Devon.
Give thanks. Blessed. Give thanks.
Yes, I.
Isis.
All right, folks.
Let's say Jeffrey out doing the work.
Yeah, Jeffrey out. I talked to some of the folks. Some of them outside, out on the street. Got them come in and them gone out, and some of them they're all over the place. Them they're behind us. Them they're down in the hallway. Because we have about 4 rooms down there, so. And people outside and all over the place. So we're just happy for the, we're just happy for the what? Turnout. For the turnout. Brethren, I'm happy for the turnout, and it was a really, really nice fight. Blessings, like him said. But here we know Kevin and here we know people. We're going to spend a little bit of time talking about part 3 of the Rural School Bus Initiative. All of the people in Jamaica who called me today, waiting for this segment. Here it is right now. We gave you a treat, with the beach access, because the lack thereof affects every single Jamaican. Every single Jamaican. And that was a treat. For those of you who didn't know that, we don't have access, and it's based on a colonial law, the Beach Control Act of 1956. And we've been hearing promises from all kinds of people, including the Prime Minister, Kevin, including the Prime Minister. But it's a promise that it's a little bit too late because it's coming around right on the, on the heels of an election. It's coming.
The cost, yes.
On the cost, yeah. And so we are saying, no, you make too many promises and you don't fulfill them, and we don't trust you with this one. And you have the power of the pen that you can go in and make the change right now, even under the Beach Control Act. There are things that he can do to loosen up the system so that people can have access to really good beaches. Instead of saying, we're going to upgrade 10 beaches, 13 beaches, 50, whatever the number is. They're upgrading it for you. they don't want you to have access to the really nice beaches that people from outside can come and enjoy. So we're going to leave that subject for now, and we're going to turn now to another one where the Jamaican people are getting screwed again. We're going to talk about that one. And that one, we go from a denial of access, right, to a denial of services, because the children are supposed to ride those buses for free. And we have the Prime Minister saying, yes, the children are going to ride for, in fact, you know what, I think we have it, Kevin. Where's the one about don't
lie to children.
Don't lie to children. All right. Let me see if it there. Don't lie to children. Oh, wait there, Kevin. See there. Folks, listen to this. Listen to this.
You're going to get 7 school buses that will be serving some of the remote areas of the parish. And I'm certain that the children of this parish will be very happy to be able to use those buses. And of course, those buses will be free of cost to them in terms of bus fare. Those buses will be free of cost to them in terms of bus fare. Those buses will be free of cost to them in terms of bus fare.
Schoolers only. $50 each way. 100 Jamaican dollars per day per student.
Here's another one, folks.
$50 in the morning and $50 in the evening. It will only cost the parent $100 per day. In addition to that, the government is not cancelling the park buses. The park buses will still run. So the park buses will run and the new rural school buses will run, giving an ease and a break to the poor people, and the children will come to school more often because now they can afford the bus fare to come to school. That is a government that is working for you. That is a government that you must choose. And that is why we say choose the Jamaica Labour Party and choose Jamaica. We want to invite the people to examine the bus. Look.
Now, folks, you know, I reached out to Bobby. I said, Bobby, come on now. You know, I know he wasn't going to respond. You know, in fact, I tell him, there's no need to respond to me. But I said, you see what's going on here, folks. The Prime Minister is saying free bus rides, at least in St. Thomas. And we know him can't say it's only free in St. Thomas, but you have to pay for the other parish, in the other parish. Absolutely no sense. So they're making it up as they go along. But the one thing we know, though, they're not making it up to benefit the Jamaican people. They're making it up to benefit themselves. Because remember that we showed you when you make the allowances for everything, you know, salaries and maintenance and this and that, there is a surplus of, I think it's 28 million US dollars. And nobody's talking about where that money is going to go. Nobody is talking about it. And it reminds me of this.
I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians.
Play it again, sir. Play it again, sir, please.
Okay.
I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians.
Now, with that as a backdrop, we're going to talk to you about the words of people that you can trust. And we looked at this story from many angles. And you don't even have to think about it. You can just start from procurement, you can start from the type of buses, you can start from environment, you can start from the Constitution, you can start anywhere. And you're still gonna end up one place, and that is, it does not add up. Doesn't. No. This past Wednesday, and we're going to talk to you about the words of somebody that you can trust, right? this past Wednesday on the program, and we're just freestyling right now, and it's round 3, and we still have brand new information to talk about. Now, a gentleman came on the program this past Wednesday, and he said, listen, I don't know where you get this idea from, about a bus costing all of that money, because guess what? My brother got a bus, man, and he got the bus for free. And I said, what? And he said, yes. And I thought it was maybe he was just embellishing the story, but it was not an embellishment. Since then, we have found out that there are several school districts in the United States that will give you buses under certain conditions. I'm going to call the gentleman now and have him talk to you about how he was able to get the bus. Because me want for my bus, and I want to bring it to Jamaica and give it to the people. Hold on one second. Brother. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the gentleman who obtained that free bus. I don't want to call no name.
So you couldn't plug him in, Rebel?
Yeah?
You couldn't plug him in.
All right, that's what Jeffrey has shown me. But hold on a second, sir. Hold on. No. Hold on 1 second. Yeah. And people, I have a picture of the bus, and I have a picture of the title. And I'm telling this gentleman that wherever they're giving away these free buses, and I am going to get one. And I'm not going to sell it. And I'm encouraging all of the members of the diaspora to either get a free bus or let's pool our resources and get some buses, because these buses, they sell for $3,000. Go ahead, Kevin. You want to say something?
Getting these buses from the US?
Yes.
To use in Jamaica?
Yeah?
To use in Jamaica?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Hold on. Let me see something.
I should blind the blind people.
Hold on. You can't hear me? Yeah. Oh, you can't hear Kevin?
Yeah.
All right, sir. Good evening and welcome to Reason with Rattigan. We're going to hold a reasoning with you right now, because this sounds so unbelievable that it must be true. Because I don't think your brother would have come on a program like my program and tried to mislead us as the politicians are doing. So I don't want to call your name or anything like that. What I'd like you to do is, and I don't want to ask any questions that you might lead you down a path where you don't want to go. So I'm going to leave it open. Your brother and I've spoken to you since, but your brother indicated to us that you are the recipient of a free school bus. Please tell us about the circumstances that led to that, sir.
Well, good evening, everybody. Well, I have a good friend of mine work with a school company, and they're changing out the buses. And they offer me 3 buses, and I only accept 1.
They offer you 3 school buses, and you took 1.
Yes. 3 2010 school buses. I only take 1 because.
Can you? Are you looking at the screen? Can you see us?
No.
All right, because I want to put up the school bus, that you say you got, and I'm looking at it now. I'm telling you, may I forget one of them buses, brother. Here's a bus.
They offer 3 to me, and I only take 1 because I didn't really have use for them. But after I start hearing about the school bus saga in Jamaica, and then my brother talk and decide to contact you, and then from there. But they were offering to me for free. They even told it to my place.
They towed the bus to your house?
Yes, they didn't even allow me to come for it.
No, that is a nice looking bus. I not stop till me get one, you know. And I'm encouraged. I tell you what, there's a virgin of mine in Florida who wrote to me. I mean, you might listen to the program now. He wrote to me and said that in his school district, they give buses away, but you just have to have certain requirements, but they give these buses away. And I'm hearing it from people all over the country that in certain districts, you can get these buses for free.
And those who are not giving it away selling it for very little.
Give us an idea of the price. Give us a price range for the ones that you have to purchase.
$3,000 to $10,000. I mean, up to 2013.
Wow. Up to 2013 bus. $3,000 to $10,000. Now, you said something to me a few days ago when we had a conversation that I found to be remarkable and in the spirit of being a patriot. Tell the people them where you say you want to do with this bus based on the initiative that we want to start around here.
I'm donating it.
You're donating this bus to Jamaica?
Yes.
Is this bus in working condition, sir?
In perfect condition. It wasn't put out of service. It was taken out of service because they want to update
the fleet.
The fleet, yes.
My goodness gracious.
So let me ask this. How much will it cost to retrofit this bus for proper service in Jamaica?
Thousands of them all over the place. Plus, you can acquire for very little.
Yeah, but to retrofit it, because we have to make it readily available for use in Jamaica.
Why that price tag? They put those kind of price tag on them, and the taxpayers.
Because it's for me, it's all good and well. Yes, we can do this, but we need to go a little bit further. We need to go a little bit further with the thought process and the application, because now these are vehicles that are left-hand drive vehicles with the door on the opposite side. So we need to make it practical.
I'm not hearing you guys.
Yeah, you can hear us?
Okay, he's hearing you. Will, he's hearing you. Okay. So you can relay my question.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead, Kevin. Kevin is asking about retrofitting the buses. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, how much does it cost to retrofit this bus here? Do you think to move the door to the other side?
About $7,000.
$7,000 to retrofit it.
$7,000, yeah.
Right. And I've been told that these buses cost about $5,000 to ship. So that's 7 and 5, 12. I don't do much like certain people in parliament or certain people in government. 7 and 5 is 12, right?
I think 7 and 5 is 80.
7 and 5 is a new 80, right?
Oh boy.
Yeah, I mean, this, and then people keep in mind too, these buses, you can bring them in and you can retrofit them to do a host of things. You can bring them in and they don't have to even be school buses. You can bring them in and they can be libraries. They can be trucks to serve the food to the children. They can be mobile nurses station. Right, there are so many things you can do with these buses. And what I'm confused about is that we see where the government has purchased buses similar to this bus. And when we look at the invoice that the government apparently received, says the maximum we see is $20,000. But keep in mind that they're saying that if you divide 110 into 1.4 million, and you convert that, it comes out to approximately 80,000 US dollars. Now we know the minister said that, well, you know, you have to purchase the vehicle, overland shipping, sea freight, government concession, or government, there's some kind of tariffs that the tariff you have to pay. Then he's talking about the maintenance contract, all of this stuff. They don't come up to $80,000. They don't. And we already show that when you operate the buses, based on the numbers that we have received, that there's going to be a surplus on the 110 buses of approximately 28 million US dollars. And we don't hear how the government is going to utilize that funds. And also we hear what the Prime Minister said, free ride. And then we have 2 MPs, including the one responsible for this, saying, no, you have to pay $100. And he said something, we played it last week, we went play today about Miss Matty, saying Miss Matty, instead of getting like 2 children on the bus or 1 child on the bus, no, because it's subsidized, she can send 3 or 4 children. No, look, like I said, I don't know any Miss Matty in a country with 6 picnic who can afford $400 a day. So what we need to have the minister pay attention to is not Miss Matty Pickney, is Miss Ratty Pickney. Me. We want the minister to pay attention to Miss Ratty Pickney because him are the one who are going to hold them responsible and make them know say there are things going on here that just don't add up. Mr. Jeffrey Tavares, say a few words before I pass it back to Mr. Kevin too, because we have some serious things we have to show today. But before you do, you have a question for the gentleman?
My question is to the gentleman is this. Can he get some more where Jamaicans in Florida or over can help to ship them back to Jamaica? Because we need to show this government, you know, that what they should have done in the beginning is approach the Jamaican diaspora. Because you come to us for money. We don't want money. We don't want people for money. So why didn't you come to us about these school buses?
All right. It can't hear you, Jeffrey. It can't hear you. So I can just...
I can hear something there.
Yeah, Will. So you are going to have to relay the question.
Right. Or just take the thing off and just have the phone by the microphone and then have him just say, hold on, I think that's probably...
No, because he still wouldn't be able to hear anything that we are saying.
Okay. All right. All right. No, sir, Jeffrey was just talking about the diaspora saying they're coming to us and you know, Jeffrey, that's a good point to raise, you know. That's a good point to raise with the diaspora. Kevin, it's hard for me to navigate between these screens here because, you know, Mr. Crooks and having things set up in our way, too professional for me. And I'm trying to...
Where you want it?
I'm trying to get this up there because I want to bring up the diaspora policy. I want to bring up the diaspora policy. Since the idea is that why aren't they working with the diaspora? And by the way, people, the initiative, I will go and refine it. The initiative that we're talking about is that, and this gentleman's brother mentioned it, so we can get a convoy and we can drive down to Miami. What we would like to do is we're going to send a letter to the government, and we want the same concessions that the ministry received. Okay, thank you, Kevin. So it's not like we're going to pay for the shipping. No, we buy the buses and we'll drive them to Miami. But we want, before we buy any bus or shipping or, you know, driving the bus down to Florida, we want it in writing, the same way they give Minister Vaz it in writing. Let me show you.
But hold on. Here we come back to the question that I was asking before. What is it going to end up costing to retrofit these buses for use in Jamaica? Because is it worth it? Can we go to somewhere that using the vehicle ready to use in Jamaica?
We can arrange that, Kevin. Because look, when you go to one of these places, right, as the minister did, and you have to play this. There's another video I have to play. And you said to them, I go and buy 10 buses, but here's how I buy the 10 buses now. If you said to him, they're selling one bus for $6,000, you said to him, look, if I come and I want to buy that one bus from you for $6,000, if I offer you $5,700, you'll probably take it if it's a 2010, 2011, 2012. You'll probably take it, but I'm buying 10 from you. So we're not going to pay $6,000. And here's what I want in that deal. You see all the technology, and most of these buses come with technology already, you know, the cameras. But the tracking technology, that technology is cheap. And so the only thing we're talking about is to move the door, right? Move the door. And to move the door, that's not that difficult, especially when you're buying 10. But these dealers, they'll find somebody to move the doors for you on the cheap because they want to get rid of those 10 buses. Somebody's showing up buying 10 buses that a lot of people wouldn't buy. But let me show you something, Kevin. Let me big this up there. Because you're asking, Jeffrey was asking about the diaspora. No. Oh, let me show the people. This is the government's diaspora policy. You know, they were so proud of it. Them run out like it talk out of style and say, all right, see there is a national diaspora policy. And this governs how they operate with us, the Jamaicans living outside the country. And let's just go to page 8 and show you something. And there's so many pages I could go to right inside here, but time doesn't permit. Here it is right here. You see that, Kevin? Let me see if I can get in the center of the page. It's only jumping up and down. All right, hold on.
All right, allow me, please.
All right, go ahead, sir. I just want to show the people. Yeah, down. All right, stop right there. You're going too far. Up.
Just this section here.
Stop right there. And let me just big it up here. See that, people? Take it on one. That's it, Kevin.
All right, there you go. All right, hello. Let me help you again.
Help me again. All right, see, people, it says in the policy, it says facilitation of the diaspora's partnership in national development processes. Now, why is it they didn't come to us and say, listen, we want to help our people in the rural parts of the country, the children, the future of the nation. And so we want to enter a partnership with you guys. Purchase some of the buses, we will help with the cost, we will help with this. Why didn't they do that? Recognition and facilitation of diaspora institutions and networks. Don't they know we exist? Facilitation of enabling environments for diaspora contributions. That's a contribution. Why didn't, and this is, I'm telling you people, this document is riddled with all kinds of themes like this. And yet the diaspora was not allowed to participate in this venture to help our own people. Was not. Now, look, like I said before, there's so many ways we could go with this topic. Bring me down, Kevin. So, all right, here we go. Let me show you something here, folks. A quick video. We're jumping all over with this topic, you know. Where is it? Where is it, Kevin? The one with the guy. One where they're selling the videos in Pennsylvania. I don't see it here. See if you can find the one.
You said that where they're selling the videos in Pennsylvania?
No, the buses in Pennsylvania. There's a video. The auction. Look in the WhatsApp.
Okay. You go ahead. Let me try to find this.
Yes, people. And we are going to go back to some of the interviews the minister did. I mean, there was so much nonsense in them that, oh, here it is. Is it this? Is it this?
Yeah.
That's it. All right, click on that one, please. Can I move this? Forgive us, people. Forgive us. I think this is it.
Yes, that one.
People, take a look at this.
So $9,000. We mostly sell school buses, but we do sell.
Somebody said bus off a bus off a bus off a bus off a bus. Them not say nothing. So
jail.
Sell some transits and some shuttle buses as well, some coaches. We sell for some of the biggest school bus contractors in the country, as well as some of the biggest school districts in the country as well. Conditions, some of them come right off of routes where just a week ago they were hauling school students, broken, running, it doesn't matter the condition, we can sell it. Bus auction, we can sell buses in any part of the country. Our home location is in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. We have 6 auctions a year. We are one of the largest bus auctions in the country. The live auction is a no reserve auction.
You hear that? The live auction is a no reserve, meaning that they don't have a minimum that they have to reach before they sell the bus. Whatever you bid, if that your bid is the highest bid, you get the buses. And if you show up there representing Jamaica and you let the auctioneer know, I am here to buy 30 buses, some of those buses probably not 30, 110. They might not even get on the auction block because you can strike a deal before then. That didn't happen. We don't think.
Which means the vehicles will sell regardless of price. Yeah, outside of the live auctions that we have here at our home location, we do conduct auctions at different locations around the country. The online auction is a reserve price, it's a reserve bid auction. To list the bus online, there's no cost to the seller. The only time that there would be a charge would be as if we went to your location to get the information. So if the seller opts to get the information himself, gather the information for the buses, we have a packet of information that we send to you. There's the quick reference sheet that guides you through how to take the photos, what angles to take, how many pictures you need. And then there's also a condition report that is easy to follow. You basically just fill in the lines, fill in all the information that we need. You want to be sure you tell us all the options, additional options that your bus has. Like the bus behind me, it has aluminum wheels, it has air conditioning, it's got a chrome grille, it's got chrome air horns. All those things are great add-ons, and we need to know that so that we can list it on the online auction. That way the buyers see it and they'll pay more money for your bus. So the buyer's fee is a 16%, and that's if they use a credit card. Now, they can pay with a cashier's check or wire transfer or cash, and they get a 4% discount on that. But there is never a seller's fee on the auction, on the online auction. So if whatever the bus brings at auction, that's what the seller will get. So when a school bus is posted on the online auction, it also gets translated to several different avenues of advertising on the internet. Different websites like Commercial Truck Trader, Craigslist, gets put on Facebook. When a bus is posted on Facebook, we boost it to Central America, Mexico, and then also wherever the bus is located. If it's in a certain state, it's boosted in that state as well. Our website is very high in the search engines when you type in online bus auction. And the auction usually runs anywhere from 2 to 3 weeks. Seller is welcome to set a reserve of whatever he would like to on the bus. If the auction closes and reserve is not met, we go into negotiating a higher offer for the seller. We'll keep going back and forth until we've exhausted all avenues and we have the highest price possible to take to the seller. Because we want to get the bus sold, because that's the only way we get paid. So we are very motivated to get your bus sold. We require payment within 4 days after the auction is closed. All the pickup appointments are done through 422. They contact us, and then we contact the seller and say that this buyer has paid for this vehicle in full and he's ready to pick it up. What days can he pick it up? The first thing that the seller has to do at that point is get the title legally transferred. That's one of the most important steps in this whole process. And then once we receive a copy of that completed title, then we send payment. So over the last few years, we've really grown. Every day, we're attracting new buyers and new sellers to our online marketplace from different parts of the country, different parts of the world, and it's growing every day.
You hear that? Different parts of the world.
So we've sold for some of the largest contractors in the country. First Student, we sell a lot of buses for First Student. Durham School Services. STA is probably our largest contractor right now that we sell for. We sell buses for them at the live auction and then also across the country and coast to coast we sell for them. Toledo School District and also Philadelphia School District. So we're always looking for new outlets to sell buses. We're looking for new groups of people to buy the buses that we have. And one thing that's really growing right now is a trend called schoolies. And these are people that buy a bus, convert it into a motorhome, and travel the country actually living in their bus. And we've focused a lot of our new advertising on this niche business because, like I said, in the last couple of years, this has really grown. These are very interesting people from different walks of life, and they're great craftsmen. They do great work to these buses. So our team is available anytime throughout the whole process of gathering the information if you have any questions about it. You guys are in the business of transporting school students, not in the business of selling school buses. That's where we come in. We want to make it as easy as possible for you. Because we sell to buyers from all over the world, we have Spanish translators on staff.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Liliana, ¿en qué le puedo ayudar?
Yeah, you could visit our website at www.422sales.com. You can learn anything you need to know about the company.
That's just one company, folks. That's just one company. One company. And the government didn't explore. I don't think they explored any of these. Because if they did, they would not pay the price or the prices that they pay. Now let me play you another video here.
Let me just go back in history. The JLP under Mike Henry tried to introduce a rural school bus system in 2011. We lost the election and Omar Davis locked it down. We had 230 buses that we were going to bring over 4 years with the first set of 65. And it was cancelled, the order for the 65, and it was scuttled on the basis that it was unsustainable and not affordable. In 2013, JUTC tried to do the same thing by putting 20 buses as a pilot for rural school bus, again, scuttled and locked down by the PNP. So this will be the third attempt, and this one is not going to fail. What I can say to you very clearly and categorically is that they have gotten the backlash from the people of Jamaica. And now they are using their bloggers to spread mischief and propaganda because they can't open their mouth again. These are the facts. The 110 buses will arrive in Jamaica between now and the end of July. 26 are here and 14 are being cleared tomorrow. That puts us at 40. And the rest of them will come on weekly shipments from Miami over the next 3 weeks. So that is a done deal. The cost is $1.4 billion. The $1.4 billion covers the cost of the buses, the inland transport to get them to the ports in Miami, the freight, sea freight from Miami to Kingston, the retrofitting of the doors, and also the refurbishing. It also covers 1 year maintenance, which is going to be done under the strictest conditions, similar to what the Department of Transport stipulates for the states in the 52 states. So we're not moving away from that. It also is going to have
the technology of a cashless system, fare collection system, and each bus is going to have 5 cameras. One for the driver, one to look at the kids, one for the geofencing, and all of those will be accessible by the schools. And last but not least, there's a duty component that we have to pay when the buses arrive here, which is factored in it as well. So here is where the mischief comes about, based on what they are posting and putting out there. The government of Jamaica only pays for the buses when the buses are arrived in Jamaica, landed and cleared.
Okay.
That's when we pay for the buses. So right now, we have only paid or in the process of paying for the first 26 buses. So the invoice that is being circulated is for 26 buses out of 110. And what they are doing is dividing the 26 buses into the $1.4 billion because they are dunce, they are dark, and they are stupid.
Okay. They're dunce, they're dark, and they're stupid. Jeffrey, go ahead.
Mr. You can take off this man off the screen for me, please. Take him out. Beg you, please. Take off this pathologically mendacious individual who take the Jamaican people for a bunch of fools. Who you calling dunce?
Hold on a second, Jeffrey. Kevin, get me up top, please. I just want to pull down a document.
Which one there?
Hold on. The one that lays out the timeline for all of these initiatives. Hold on, Jeffrey. Hold the temperature right there. Hold it right there.
This pick of a human being.
I think it's down, Kevin. Down the bottom. Yeah. All right, come up. Let me see something. No. Yeah. Click on that. Let me see. No. All right, hold on. Let me see this. I don't think it's that one. Yeah. No. Bear with me, people. There is something here.
Based on something Jeffrey just said.
You know, it's the document that lays out all the lays out the timeline for all of the initiatives to implement the rural school bus program. Because he gave 3 examples: 2011, 2013, and then he said the third one is 2025. Keep coming.
That would have been.
Hold on, let me see something.
Calling us stupid? Calling the Jamaican people stupid? You're not even finished high school properly.
He was saying the bloggers of the People's National Party. I don't know who those people are.
What bloggers?
Like I said, I don't know who those people are.
I'll send it again right now. There it is.
He's rude and out of order.
There it is. It's called a review of articles. Go to the boss and look at your seat for me. Review of articles.
But here's the thing, Jeffrey. Considering that it does not apply.
All right, click on that. Jeffrey, go ahead. Finish now. Finish your thing. Say what you have to say about the
this pick of a human being who we have sitting in the parliament.
Tell us how you really feel, Jeffrey.
Who we have sitting in the parliament, who's a so-called minister of transportation. You're damn rude and out of order. How dare you call the Jamaican people fool? Who are you? Because we catch you what you're doing. We, the people of this country, catch you on your lies. You and Marlon Morgan is two liars. You can't go sue me now. You and Marlon Morgan is two pathological mendacious individuals. On you lying to the Jamaican people, you DARYL. You're a damn liar. How dare you call us when we were fools? Because we catch you in your act. We catch you in your act of what you're doing to the people of this country. You're damn out of order. Who the hell do you think he is? Mr. Rafi, you can go ahead, sir, because if I start seeing
okay. All right. Now, people remember what the minister said. He said in 2011. Oh, go ahead, Kevin.
Well, I was just about to say, call on Richard so that he can check Jeffrey's pulse and blood pressure while we continue.
They said you guys better check Jeffrey's blood pressure and check his pulse because he's going off the charts. But here's what, folks. Remember what the minister said. The minister said in that clip we just played. He said in 2011, his government or the JLP government, they had a contract for buses, 200 and something, and they were expecting 65, and that the PNP government they terminated it. Then he went on to say in 2013 there was a pilot with about 20 buses, and he said, no, this is the third attempt, 2025. Let's put what he said to the test. Here we go. Kevin, you can big this up to me.
Oh, you want to go bigger? Yeah, man, we can go a little bigger.
All right. And then now I need to see. I'm having problem. Oh, I'm problem. All right.
Let's go.
All right. All right. Now, folks, here we go. Review of articles, and we're going to look through some articles. All right. Go up, Kevin. Go up a little bit more. Go up a little bit more. All right. Stop right there. Folks, you see, the first year, 2011, the JLP, they took over in October, and they had a plan for 230 buses. But it was never launched. They hired 65. They ordered 65. And that's the first one he mentioned. And he said the PNP government, they said because of pricing and all of that, they didn't want to, they killed the project. But look at the reason why in 2012. The PNP inherited the JLP's plan. We're giving the JLP credit saying that they started it in 2011. But look at what happened in 2012. The PNP inherited it and they had to reject it because there was a deficit in JUTC of $8.3 billion. He didn't mention that. He's saying, go ahead and buy the buses. We don't have the money, but go ahead and, they should have bought the buses. That's a 2012. Then in 2013, the PNP started looking at having private people doing the project, having taxi drivers and so on and so forth, having them transport the children. Then in 2014, 2015, he didn't mention 2014, 2015. And we're going to show you that video. He didn't show you in 2014, 2015 that under the PNP, they started a pilot in Clarendon. And it got positive feedback, but there were operational issues. He didn't tell you that. He didn't tell you about 2016 when the PNP resisted safe buses in favor of, they're saying the student resisted safe buses in favor of illegal taxes. The students didn't want to go on those buses in 2016. Then in 2016, March, JLP took power, February, March. And whatever existed was not scaled to the national level. Then now look at 2017, people. I needed to take a close look at 2017 because we're going to show you the article and we're going to ask the question, why is it that he did not, the JLP did not continue the program as envisioned by the PNP, but they came up with a new pilot. So they had a pilot, they had several pilots, two that we know of, And this is the third pilot. Why did the minister skip August 2017? You know why? Because $200 million was allocated for that program. And to date, we have no accounting for that $200 million. Think about that, people. He conveniently left out that one. Kevin, I want you to find the article for me there. Go on there. I want you to find the article for me. Go back to boss. I will find the article. He conveniently left out the one with 200 million, the one with Royal Reed, Grace McLean, and Dean Roy Bernard. Let me move this. Find that one for me, please, Kevin.
Sorry, the family was talking to me just now. What was that? Which one?
The article in 2017, March 2017, Dean Roy Bernard, Grace McLean, Royal Reed. Because the minister left that out. He mentioned 2011, 2013. He left out 2015. He left out 2012. But most importantly, he left out 2017. Keep going back. It's important, people, that we show you these things. It's not that one. No, you're gone too far. Oh, slow down. All right, go. No. If you do it vertical, then go vertical and I can tell you which one.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Here it is. People, I want you to take a look at this. The one that this is, remember now, he left out 2015, He left out 2012. But most importantly, he left out this one. Go ahead, Kevin.
Put your camera down, we can hardly see you.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no. It was just because he repositioned in the heat of excitement.
Okay.
I'm going to have to leave you guys shortly.
All right, no problem. All right, hold on a second. Here it is, people. There it is. Look on the date. Why did Minister Vaz leave out this one here?
You forgot.
To recognize those three people. Grace McLean, responsible for over 10 million given to a company when she was instructed that no more money was supposed to go to the company. Man on the right, Dean Roy Bernard, responsible for over 100 million given to the same company. It was an advisory company and they privatized it. And that 120 million plus gone. And who's in the center of it? Mr. Royal Reed. He's in court right now for over 50 million. Now, let's go down a little bit and look at this. You see this, the heading? Pilot. We had a pilot before. They had a pilot. Remember he said, they had a pilot in 2011. Then there were considerations in 2012. Then 2013. Then a pilot in 2015. So when he told you that that September is going to be the third attempt, that's a damn lie. Let me show you something here. Where is, oh, hold on, go up.
You just passed it.
Help me with this thing, so I can't go for it. There it is right there, people. There it is. I'll read it out to you. The start date, they said September, but they made the announcement in August. They said September they're going to do it. And they're going to cover 8 parishes: St. Thomas, Portland, St. Mary, Clarendon, Manchester, St. Elizabeth, Hanover, St. James. 91 schools, and they're going to target half. And here's the purpose: to address student absenteeism. They said people are not coming. They can't make it to school. And they're going to tackle high rural transportation costs, provide safe, scheduled, and affordable student transport. And that will result in improved access to education for vulnerable students. And it will build towards a national school bus network. So it's a national initiative. And remember, we talk about the national initiatives working alongside the diaspora. Now, look how much money it cost. 200 million for year one. That's 2017. And they said, we have ongoing talks with diaspora and international partners to explain the project. So I said, Ruel Reed, them call him Rawl Reed. Maybe somebody call him Cruel Reed. I don't know. He said the school bus project is one that we're very excited about. We haven't heard anything about these diaspora interventions. We haven't heard it. We haven't heard anything about the international cooperation. But look at what he said, 8 years later. 8 years later. Now remember now, you know, Minister Vaz, one of the reasons he advanced for this purchase now, he said, was what? Emergency. Emergency. You tell me what's the emergency if the thing, they started this pilot 8 years ago and they didn't lose power. It's continuous power. They've been in power since 2016. This happened in 2017. Now they're coming up in 2025, an election year, and he said it's an emergency. I ask you people, I ask you kindly, and I also ask you to use your wisdom. Do a little analysis. Do a little soul searching. Do a little critical thinking. And tell me, if they started the pilot in 2017, why is there an emergency in 2025? I just want you to give me an honest answer.
You want me to give an honest answer, sir? The honest answer, sir, $1.4 billion is burning my hand. I have to spend it and do what I have to do. 200 million is chicken feed.
No, but this is 200 million 2017 dollars. The exchange rate was more favorable then. And even if the exchange rate wasn't favorable, the question we're asking is, where's the accounting for that 200 million? And they said it was for year one. They said this is for the first phase. So we don't even know if there was a second phase, a third phase, a fourth phase. We don't know. Where is the money? Where is the accountability? Where are the resources? Minister Vaz, you must answer those questions. Don't come out here and he talks about people disingenuous. How come he didn't mention this? How come? You know why, people? Because it's not to his interest. It's not to his interest. And why have a sudden now it's an emergency? No. You know what's also an emergency?
The election.
Them can't fool we around here because we do our research. Come out and talk to us about 2017 and the 200 million. Let me move on, Kevin. And I don't know how many have seen this. Kevin is laughing. So it must be funny.
Listen, as you bring this on, the family is
one
calling.
per household. They sent DARYL Vaz to speak on it. DARYL Vaz can't count past 10, so I don't know how he might go to 1 million. That's why I call him bucket stopper Vaz. They have to use like these bucket stoppers to count to 20. So you have to say 11, 12, 13, and 14, lick him chest when he reach 9. So I don't know how them send DARYL Vaz to come talk about costing. If me and DARYL Vaz do maths, 100% we have a beating. Because he can't do maths.
Hold on a second. I was just talking to my favorite minister, and this is what she said to me.
Something. Enough is enough. Enough is enough.
So we must stop. We must stop. But that is what's going on, people. Truthful facts. Truthful facts. I mean, truthful facts.
Yes.
Now,
yes.
Let me play. Let me go back and play this video here. Hold on.
Vaz, the role that El Hydra played in the importation process and why they were selected as the logistics facilitator for the buses.
That may be available, that would be time, would take time. Either time to manufacture, whatever it is. The bottom line is that we are not. And we made a decision also that whatever we were going to implement was a fit for purpose system, meaning buses that are specifically designed and manufactured for the safety of school children.
And speaking of that, Minister Vaz, on the matter of safety, the Gleaner reported yesterday as well that the pre-shipment inspection certificates were waived for the buses, with the trade board noting that the motor vehicle, allow me to finish and then I'll allow you to respond as well, that the Motor Vehicle Import Committee granted this under what they described as compelling circumstances. So I wanted to ask if the pre-shipment inspection certificates were waived and the compelling circumstances that led to this.
Absolutely. So I'll get to that. Let me just finish what I was saying. So phase one was what we called an emergency. And the quickest and easiest methodology was to bring them from the United States. The second phase is going to be to complete the rollout of the 600 and odd schools, because this is only 258. And now that we have this 110, we now have all the time to properly scour the globe and look at all the options that may be available that would take time. Either time to manufacture, whatever it is. The bottom line is that we are not sold solely on this methodology, because obviously it has its challenges in terms of the door and left-hand drive, etc. But this was a decision made to be in a position to roll out in September 25, and this was the only option available to meet the timeline. Mm-hmm. So I want to make that clear. So this is not the next phase doesn't have to be an extension of these buses, particular buses. We will now go and do the proper research, meaning spend the time to look through the globe, look at Asia, look at Europe, look at UK, look at all the jurisdictions and see what they do and what are the comparisons in terms of what we have in Jamaica. So I wanted to make that point. The other point that I want to make now is again reminding you my previous position, other than in my current position, which was in the automobile industry. The Department of Transport in the United States sets criteria for all states to follow in relation to the annual and in some cases biannual inspection of all school buses. Mm-hmm. Those are by certified persons, companies in each state that has the recognition of the Department of Transport. All of these buses have 2025 inspection, meaning that they have passed to be able to be fit and proper to run in the United States of America. Therefore, that is a specialized inspection for a specialized vehicle. Secondly, we sent a team up there from the ministry and JUTC engineers, because we have.
There's so much to talk about that he just mentioned. But let's go back to his comment about, what was it? Dunce, dark, stupid. People, think about this. And I mentioned it last week, and it's worth mentioning again. When somebody like Mr. Vaz can say people dunce, dark, and stupid, we have to take him at his word, what he means. And what that is telling me is that it's coming from a place that is unkind. It's coming from a place that would appear to be based on class and colorism. Two black people speaking and one person said uses the N-word. It's not the same as a white person using the N-word. Two black Jamaicans speaking and one say you're dark and you're dunce and you're stupid. It's not the same thing as when a DARYL Vaz or someone similarly situated in color, class, influence, etc. Say it. It's not. And Mr. Vaz, you need to retract that statement. Highly offensive. You know better. But then again, somebody might say, that's why you do it. That's why you do it. One of the reasons is because they can get away with it, because people won't challenge you. People won't challenge you. People won't challenge you. But there are so many things you've said. And remember, you're the same one, Mr. Vaz, who said what? You said that you're not in the class of people with big degrees and all of that stuff. But you have common sense. And you went on to say the Jamaican people have common sense. Very few, albeit. Very few. So you have common sense. You say you don't have no degree, although we know you go to school of Florida. And we don't know if you didn't get a degree. But let's say you didn't get a degree. But now you have common sense. So you're equal with the people with the big degrees. Taking that argument to its logical conclusion. If you don't have a degree, and most people in Jamaica do not have a degree, and if only very few of you have common sense, then the rest of you dunce, dark, and stupid. That's what he said. That's what he said. And he's thinking this. And because these are his thoughts, these are his beliefs, him can do whatever he want to do, and there'll be no opposition. There'll be no opposition. This is how he thinks about the Jamaican people writ large, that you're dunce, dark, and stupid. And that's why him can go and pull off the scheme. That's why him can go and buy buses for 5,000, 6,000, whatever it is. And by the way, you said the invoice that they show, that invoice, we now know, we now believe that that invoice is the cost for the purchase and the shipment. And if you purchase and ship, and some of these buses, you see them there for $6,000, $9,000, $10,000. And they do that. How much money do you think they're going to spend now to repurpose these buses? Or as them, when them call them, Jeffrey, when them say, when them move the door from one side.
Retrofit.
Retrofit. How much money they going to cost for that? Remember now, we know. Remember now, when you take 110 or a 1.4 billion divided by 110, the number of buses, you get the price for each. Almost 80,000 US dollars. So now if the buses come to Jamaica and they land on the shores of Jamaica, they're driven in Jamaica to wherever they store them, everything is copacetic, everything is fine. The bus is 20,000. Where is the 60,000 per bus? Here is the 60,000 per bus. And we know that you can get bus for free over here. You can get bus for $1. You can get bus for 3,000, 1,500. Come on, Mr. Vaz. Come on. Jeffrey, come in before I put up this next this thing here.
You know, Mr. Rattigan, there's some dark days ahead of us in this country. And I'm going to publicly say this afternoon. They already dub you and I comrades. I really don't care. Let me say this. If the Jamaican people...
You know what, people? Our sister, the dietitian, she came in today and she bring me Jeffrey. I don't need to cut it.
Yes.
Bring me stuff from Jamaica, right? She bring me stuff from Jamaica. Sorrel. So we can draw some sorrel. And she bring me a whole bunch of tea.
Ginger tea.
And she bring me this. And it says, your logo, her company logo, it says, never throw in the towel. Like that. Use it to wipe off. Never throw in the tunnel. So you can't call me when you want to call me, but you can't stop me from enjoying my sorrel and drinking my tea and wipe off my car with this. You can't stop me. Go ahead, Jeffrey.
And, you know, when you hear this man come out and said what he said about we, the Jamaican people, the people of Portland, let me speak to you now. DARYL Vaz has called every single Jamaican dumb, stupid, dark, fool, whatever you want to call it. We, the Jamaican people, must send a clear message to DARYL Vaz when the time of the election. It cannot continue like this. How on earth must we have a minister calling us? You know why he call us? You know why he call us dark and dumb? Because when he realized that members of the Jamaican diaspora consist of the fearless leader himself, Wilfred Samuel Rattigan, who hailed from Waterhouse, decided that no, this school bus saga mustn't go so. We're gonna come to the depth of it to find out the truth. And the more we dig, is the more River Condom gets stink and stinker. So all he can do is call us stupid. But we're not stupid. You are the stupid one because we catch you red-handed. We catch you in what you're doing. And we're calling it a spade. We're calling it out. So enough is enough. And for you to be calling us all sorts of names, it's not here and not there with us enough. Because we, the Jamaican people, we will not surrender to none of you. This country belongs to we, the Jamaican people, not the PNP, not the JLP, not DARYL Vaz, not Deadman Mackenzie. Not true honest. It belongs to us, the Jamaican people, and we're going to continue to speak truth to power. We're going to continue to dig deeper into the school bus saga. It's the biggest scam in the history of this country. Mr. Rattigan, over to you, sir.
Yes, sir. Time is just at a premium right now, so we are going to run. People, remember now, you know, this company called El Hydro, them get the contract. And so we're going to look into El Hydro, right? And by the way, there's going to be a part 4, you know, of this story here, because there's so much. We're not finished yet. We'll do a part 4. But for the time we have remaining, we're going to touch into El Hydro because they got the contract to do what? According to what we're hearing, to facilitate the buses coming into Jamaica. What does that mean? I don't understand what that means. So let's explore that. All right, here we go. Now, if I can, Kevin, dig up left my people and have a problem I get. All right, here we go. I got it up there. All right. To that, an investigative analysis of Jamaica's rural school bus procurement. And the first question is, who is El Hydro? Let's take a walk down that path. Now, El Hydro, put it up here. You can see that, Jeffrey? Everybody can see that?
Yes, sir. Down to very Senator Floyd Morris can see it.
Okay. All right. I don't know about that, but if you say it, then it must be true. Now, look, folks. El Hydro is not. Oh, by the way, Minister Vaz said El Hydro is a dealer for the 2 types of buses. And when we look, we saw 3 types of buses, you know. We didn't see 2. He's mentioning Thomas and Bluebird. But there's also International and there's Freightliner. So it's not even 3, it's 4. And we see Freightliner. But anyway, he said that El Hydro is affiliated with these bus companies as the dealer for the Caribbean. We went to the website and the Bluebird said we don't have nobody in Jamaica as our dealer. Then we went to Thomas and Thomas said we do have a dealer, but the dealer's name is not El Hydro.
Lie them lie. Mr. A lie them lie.
Right? So we did that. So we can say El Hydro, look at this. El Hydro is a Jamaican registered company operating out of Montego Bay that deals in industrial lubricants, chemicals, oils, and greases. Where is their involvement in the importation of vehicles? I don't see it. And so our analysis shows that El Hydro Limited is not an authorized manufacturer dealer for school buses in the region. There is no evidence whatsoever to support such a designation. That's what we're seeing. If that is not true, prove it to us. Now, El Hydro has 2 people listed. We have Tanya Morgan and we have Philip Scott. Let me go on. Now, El Hydro, they patented a hydrogen energy source. Has nothing to do with the importation of vehicles. And this gentleman, Philip Scott, in 2014, they're saying that he invented and patented this hydrogen-based energy system. And here it says, March 28, 2014, El Hydro can be a sole source of power or alternatively used to supplement fuel use in residential or commercial buildings, combustible engines, machinery, commercial appliances, heating and cooling systems, power plants, gas or diesel turbines, generators, domestic and commercial vehicles. Where does it say that El Hydro is involved in the importation of vehicles? Where?
You know, Mr. Rattigan, when you the more we dig deeper in this thing, you know, sir, is the more we catch the minister in his act. And the minister cannot come clean to the people of this country. It look like you and having a set up a chemical company, you know, and start importing buses.
Well, we're going to talk about that as far as the diaspora's involvement in getting some of these buses to Jamaica. We're going to talk about that later on. But look at what he said. So Scott said that the system is adaptable to use in light and heavy-duty machinery, tractor trailers, boats, ships, and even aircraft. And he said that he had been operating retrofitted vehicles in New York using the El Hydro system for 2 years prior to the interview. And he said the project consumed millions of dollars as well as a few business partners who lost the appetite to stay the course. And the research and development took more than a decade. He said retrofitted vehicles in New York. He had been operating retrofitted vehicles in New York using the system. We found no evidence of that prior to 2014 or past those early efforts. So he got 2 contracts. We have 2 contracts we're looking at. With JUTC, the oil filtration system and the biodiesel fuel supply 2020-2021. And the contracts came up to a grand total of 553 million Jamaican dollars, $500 million Jamaican dollars. And there it is that the JUTC, they were going to use this system on their buses. Oh, you see the 2 people there. You know both of them. One of them is in court right now. He's being prosecuted for activities over at the Ministry of Education. Let's go down some more. Yeah, they're saying that his system was going to improve the performance of buses, but nothing to do with the importation of buses. And we have a long list of people who are registered to deal with the importation of used vehicles, and yet they were overlooked. Let me go down some more. So he's supplying vehicles here. Then we see real estate. Now, Philip Scott, there's a company called Philanco Corporation, and he serves as CEO of this company, which is registered in Jamaica and New York. And it says Philanco engages in real estate development, private equity, utilities, and renewable energy projects. And his partners are Tanya Morgan, Dunbar McFarlane. Where does it say that he's involved in the importation of used buses, used vehicles? And then in 2020, in 2014, this same company, Philanco, they submitted a bid to redevelop the Palmyra condominium complex in Rosal. And most of you, if you don't know, you should know that there's a very prominent minister who owns, from what I've been told, a very expensive apartment overlooking the Caribbean Sea.
Yes.
Very in Rosal. We'll get to that, Minister, soon. Now, in that one of those deals, it says McFarlane declined to name the persons behind Philanco, but a search identifies the directors as Tanya Morgan Porter and Mr. Philip Scott of New York. Let's go on a little bit more. The Palmyra deal didn't happen. An offer was made for $60 million US, with another $60 million to be used for the first phase of development. But according to the Gleaner, it fizzled. And Philanco withdrew its offer. Now we could go to school bus now. Now according to the Gleaner, this company, Elijah, is not certified as a new or used motor vehicle dealer. And so they came under the radar through a government-issued waiver and through an indirect licensing agreement. And if you remember, the Minister Vaz said it was an unsolicited bid or unsolicited request. Now let's go down and look at some of these letters here. Jamaica Trade Board. Remember that this letter was sent to Mr. Vaz, and it was sent to Mr. Vaz from Mr. Danville Walker, who's chairman of the Jamaica Trade Board. And you see what it says right there. Permission to import 110 buses, and approval has been granted to El Hydro to import 110 buses on behalf of the ministry. Right? And if you look at the reference line says permission to import 110 new buses. New. What that means, people, when they say the reference, and we talked about that last week. Go ahead, Jeffrey.
I like when you said we must look at the reference. And I know you're going to talk about it last week. The minister kept saying to the Jamaican people, new buses. So tell me something, Mr. Rattigan. In your legal mind, sir, I am no legal person. When you hear this now, and the 110 bus that came in, it's 110 old buses. Isn't there some legal ramification in this? Or somebody took a prison for this?
Well, at the very least, it's misrepresentation because look, the reference will govern the body of the communication. Because when you look at this is, okay, what is the topic? What is this letter addressing? And the letter is addressing 110 new buses. So anything below is going to be determined by the reference. So if they put buses below, the reference is new buses, unless they say below old buses, and then we have a conflict. But there's no conflict here when you read this. They'd want to give you the idea that there's no conflict because, or they'll say it's a mistake, but somebody inadvertently put new but then in the body, it doesn't say new. Somebody thought about the word NEW and they wrote it.
But Mr. Rattigan, the minister himself, at no time at all, if my memory serves me correctly, ever mentioned old used buses.
Look, Jeffrey, the very first line of this letter, the body of the letter, it says, this letter serves to confirm receipt of your correspondence dated May 20, 2025. Whose correspondence? Honorable
DARYL
DARYL.
Vaz, Minister of
We want to see
Energy.
that. We want to see that correspondence, because if that correspondence says new buses, then this is over. This is over. Why would they put new buses if his letter didn't mention new buses?
Buses.
Reference line.
And hold on, Mr. Rattigan. Hold on, Mr. Rattigan. And when they asked him about it, you know, he said it's some administration type error. He said it.
Okay. So if it's no, but here's the thing: if it appears on his letter, how come they didn't realize it back then?
Thank you.
How come they're only realizing it now when it's come to the public's attention? How come? So I have filed an ATI asking for that letter, that May 20th letter, that minister. I remember Minister Vaz says that he's putting all the papers together. He has nothing to hide.
Yes.
And remember, he was the same one who said there's nothing is a secret for politicians in Jamaica. He said that in reference to the Mark Golding's something having his immigration status, passport,
right.
whatever, nationality, citizenship, something of that nature.
And not only that, Mr. Rattigan, the minister himself said that he's willing to come on any program.
I invited him. I've invited him twice, sir.
On any program.
I've invited him twice.
DARYL Vaz, you need to address the Jamaican people and the Jamaican diaspora. You, DARYL Vaz, the word minister, in case you don't know, because you look like you don't go to school, you call we dunce, but look like you're more dunce than we.
Yes, man. Yes,
you
man.
call we dunce, but you're dunce than we. The word minister in Latin means servant of the people of this country. You need to address this situation here. So you need to come on this program and address members of the Jamaican diaspora. Who the hell do you think it is?
So we have problems right here, people. 110 new buses, and we know of the invoice that we looked at with the 26 buses, 25 of which left the port of Miami bound for Jamaica, and 1 from Port Canaveral. None of them could ever be considered new.
Because
none of them could be considered because they were manufactured in 2010, 2011, 2016. We don't have the 2025 on that list.
When we check the VIN numbers, Mr. Rattigan, nothing there is new with the 2 flatbed truck. There is 2 flatbed truck in there, DARYL Vaz. We need to know those 2 flatbed trucks. What are those? Are those school buses? Are there water trucks for Portland? Who own those 2 flatbed trucks, DARYL Vaz, that you sent from Jamaica?
The Freightliner chassis, I don't know what became of the chassis because the annotation in the federal database says that this is not an accurate representation of the vehicle because it could have been altered.
So why would they alter?
Once it left the factory, they put on a body upon it, you know. Put on something.
And that's Mr. Rattigan. He asked for an exempt letter for 3 of them.
Hold on, we're getting to that. You're ahead of the game, Mr. Jeffrey Tavares. Are you a prophet, sir? You must be a prophet. You're reading your mind.
Our friends, I love to talk in tongues. You know, I can talk in tongues this evening. Who's all the school bus money?
This one here now, written by Miss Althea Matthews. And she's sending it to the managing director of A1 Car International. They're shipping. They're the one. We must call A1 and find out how much them cars will ship. But that's fine. Another story for another day. Look at the reference line, people. The reference line says they're asking for a waiver of pre-shipment inspection requirement for racing cars. And that's it, Jeffrey. I'm going to big it up. Look good for me.
School buses, man. It says school buses.
You sure? No, man. It couldn't say school buses, Jeffrey.
Yes, man. It says school
waiver
buses.
of pre-shipment inspection requirement for scooter.
No. It says school bus.
Hold on a second. It says waiver of pre-shipment inspection requirement for trucks.
No, it says school buses.
All right, I'll take your word for it. School buses. And it says, please be advised that permission has been granted to whom? El Hydro, the same company we're involved in real estate and chemicals. No evidence of them bringing in school buses previously.
But Mr. Rattigan, my question too is this. Which company in the United States gonna send buses to Jamaica without getting payment before they send the buses? The minister said that the buses were gonna land in this country without any money being paid.
Yes, he said they pay for the buses when the buses arrive in Jamaica. And if you are in the business of selling used vehicles from overseas to Jamaica, I don't think you're going to let those vehicles out of your sight until you get the money. But be that as it may, hear what see what the reference says: waiver of pre-shipment inspection requirement for school buses. So what it's telling you is that there's a pre-shipment requirement. There is a pre-shipment requirement for school buses. Please, that's what that's saying. Doesn't say whether it's new or old. It just says we're asking for waiver. You're going to see where we're going with this conversation. First sentence. Please be advised that permission has been granted to El Hydro. Granted. So they gave it to El Hydro to ship the following motor vehicles without the required pre-shipment inspection. So now we see that these vehicles coming in, they should be inspected before shipped to Jamaica. Right? Look at the very first one. Chevy Express. What does it say? New. Look at the next one. Thomas Bus. What does it say?
New.
New. Look at the third one. Chevy Express again. New.
New.
Well, folks, we don't have time to go back and do, but we checked the federal database using the VIN numbers. Because remember, I love to talk about him being the minister. Loves to talk about that the US system is the gold standard and they've done this and the inspection. And we know that he wasn't telling the truth. He was disingenuous because the federal government does not get involved in the inspection of school buses. They get involved with the design and the manufacturing as far as safety and function and function.
Mr. Rattigan.
They get involved with that. They don't get involved within the inspection of school buses. Is largely left to state and local authorities, not the federal government.
Mr. Rattigan, why are you using this word ingenious? So
Disingenuous.
the man is a liar, not disingenuous. The man is a pathological liar. DARYL Vaz lied to the Jamaican people and continue lying to the Jamaican people about these buses. Huh? And we must take it because we're a bunch of idiots. When we check these VIN numbers on these buses, they are not new buses. The two of them, the two of them, when we check the two chassis number, one of them is a chassis bed, a truck chassis bed, whatever I want to call it. And the other one is another chassis bed again, a truck chassis bed. So we're asking the question, is it that Mr. Vaz or whosoever bringing these truck, are they for some water truck business? Huh? Mr. Rattigan, I don't know, sir. It is no.
Yes, so what happened, folks, is that you see all this thing where them say new, they're not new. We check them out. The 2010, 2011, somewhere around there. Nowhere near 2025. But the letter went out saying that they're new, unless new means something that I'm not aware of. Or maybe NEW means something I'm not aware of. If that is the case, I stand corrected. But if NEW in these instances means that the vehicles are new, then that's a lie. That's a lie. At least in 2025, when this letter was written, it's a lie, because the buses, the bus I think is 2010, 2011, and the Chevy Express, they're like 20. I don't think any one of them is over 2015. So that's where we are. So we want to send this letter as well, but we'll get to that. We'll get to that. Documents required to import motor vehicle or motorcycle. And here are the documents you need. You're required to apply to the trade board for an import license. It's right there. And it's the same trade board that tell them, say, yes, Mr. Vaz, you have the permission. The El Hydro is going to bring in the 110. And then the other one where the lady said to the company shipping the things, the 3 vehicles, yes, you don't have to do pre-inspection shipment or pre-shipment inspection. Well, you don't have to pre-inspection certificate. You don't need that. And look at what it says. If you're importing a used vehicle, it must be inspected and issued with a pre-inspection certificate from the country of export. Was that done in this case?
Hold on. What he said in Mr. Rattigan, he said that the American Safety Board, or whatever they want to call it, Transport Safety Board, inspect the buses for 2025. Those buses are just from junkyard. And he told the Jamaican people, DARYL Vaz, the member of Parliament for East Portland and West Portland, tell the Jamaican people that the American Safety School, whatever they call it, Transport Safety Board, inspect the buses. And the tags are on it. And I saw him, and we can't find the clipping.
Well, then they asked for an exemption. So, you know, okay, some good question. G.A. Farmer says, can you explain why the chief director in charge of procurement resigned? Very good question. Very good question, but let's finish this up. It says here, motor vehicle import permit procedures. And it says, as an individual, you can bring in 2 motor vehicles every 3 years. And you must be a Jamaican resident and so on and so forth. It tells you what you can do. Now a business, says a business like El Hydro, you fall into 2 categories. A non-dealer companies, that would be El Hydro. And they don't have a dealer's license or a certificate. It says you are only allowed up to 3 motor vehicles every 3 years. So how come we have an invoice with El Hydro? How come we have a letter saying El Hydro is going to be responsible or involved in the importation of these vehicles on behalf of the government 110 times? 110 vehicles. When you're only allowed 3 every 3 years. The average year is 1 a year. 3 every 3. You can bring in 3 1 year, and then you can't bring in any more for another 2 years. For that first, you bring in 3 for that first year. The other 2 you can't bring in any. Or you can space it however you want it. 1 1 1. But the limit is 3 every 3 years. Now, if you're a certified motor vehicle dealer, allowed any category and quantity. Now, here's how they said. See, the key word here is resale. They said, well, Elijah was not bringing in, these buses are not for resale, so therefore it doesn't really follow. But that is not the governing part of this provision. The governing part of it is the bullet point above, because we know that El Hydro is a non-dealer company, and therefore El Hydro is only allowed up to 3 motor vehicles every 3 years, not 110 in 1 year. So when they come and they tell you about the second bullet point, say, oh, you know, certified motor vehicle dealers allowed any catch and quantity for resale, and therefore it wasn't for resale, and therefore I tried and they tried the twist and they turn themselves into pretzels. But people don't be distracted because that is not the governing provision. The governing because El Hydro is not a certified motor vehicle dealer. El Hydro is a non-dealer, is considered a non-dealer. Here it says businesses importing motor vehicles fall into 2 categories and 2 categories only.
Only.
Non-dealer certified. El Hydro is a non-dealer, therefore they're allowed only up to 3. But they were granted an exemption to bring 110. And then we go here, can damaged vehicles be imported into Jamaica? We don't know about, no. See that? The importation of vehicles that are damaged or salvaged cannot be brought into Jamaica. We don't have the record of these buses to see if they were involved in accidents, if them put them together in a junkyard. We don't know. We really don't know. So we could go to the school buses section now. Well, on the Jeffrey. Here it is now, people, and we've been mentioning this all along. Why was Elijah Limited put in charge of school buses? And what's it put in charge of? They were involved in it. The letter from the appropriate agency said it, that they were granted permission to bring in these buses. Elijah sells industrial oils, greases, and chemicals, not motor vehicles. And somehow this company had a contract to import 110 school buses into Jamaica. And it's right there on the screen. Serious questions. Why was a non-dealer awarded a contract of this scale when a non-dealer is only allowed 3 buses over a period, or 3 vehicles over a period of 3 years?
And not only that, Mr. Sorry, go ahead, finish, go ahead.
And the other one, why did they bypass certified, experienced vehicle dealers? And I know some of them, I've spoken to some of them, and they're very upset about this. Why were they bypassed? And they were already operating in Jamaica. They have the know-how, they have the contacts, they have the experience. They could have done this. Question is, who approved this and why? Now we know that there's a letter. There's a letter there saying that it was done, but we don't know if that person is the person who actually did it. Now, to your point, pre-shipment inspection waive. It says Minister Vaz stated that all buses carry the 2025 U.S. inspection stickers. Therefore, it was not necessary to do pre-shipment inspection.
Lie.
I'll leave it to your own judgment.
Lie.
What's the problem? Here's a problem. In the U.S., school bus inspection certificates are valid for 12 months. So a 2025 inspection decal means the bus was inspected when, Jeffrey? 2024.
Lie.
Or going into 2025.
But hold on, Mr. Rattigan. But if the bus are 2010, how the hell can they have 25 inspection stickers on them?
No, what they're saying is that they were inspecting them. They inspected the buses, the function, and you know when you carry your car go get inspected, right? It don't really matter the year, them just inspect it and then stick on a sticker. But the sticker is for the upcoming 12 months, right? So here's the thing. If a 2025 inspection decal means the bus was in, it means the bus, no. If since it's valid for 12 months, the only way you could get around that, you'd have to go take your vehicle like December 31st, 2024. And then you can say, well, then, boy, them have 2025 sticker because it would have run over in a 2025. But here's the thing. It means the buses were, but what that means is that the vehicle would have been inspected in 2024, right? If the inspections are truly happening in 2025, the buses would have had 2026 stickers. when we go inspect, when do the inspection and whatever, that's how them do it. You go inspect it at 2025 and the sticker is 2026, meaning that's when it expires. Right? Vaz said he was saving taxpayers' money, yet he claimed a team of engineers and the ministry officials went to the US to inspect the buses anyway at taxpayers' expense. So we're asking in our ATIs, who went? And not the cost. How long they stayed? Where did they go? Who did they talk to? Where is the report? We're asking for all of these things.
And not only that, Mr. Rattigan, if the minister said that a team of JUTC mechanics and officials went to the United States, the last time I checked, not because DARYL Vaz used to own a used car company. DARYL Vaz is a mechanic. Why didn't he use the JUTC mechanic to explain to GIS cameras men about the engine of the buses? When he was out, they said, "Oh, this is a Thomas engine bus and this whatever." Why didn't you make the JUTC mechanics explain to the Jamaican people? Why you, minister, doing it?
The experts were there. And a dear friend of mine who's in the automotive industry explained to me that if you buy a bus from Florida and you're going to use that bus in the hills of St. Mary, you're going to have to change the differential, because the differential for a bus designed to run on flat surfaces is a different differential you're going to have to use when you have to climb hill. And they said it wouldn't make sense for you to change the differential in a 2010, 2011 bus. It wouldn't make any sense. It's prohibitively expensive to do that.
So, Mr. Rattigan, pretty soon, the Jamaican people will be seeing all of these school buses along the road broke down, can't move, and 1.4 billion are gone like some out.
And I'm telling you that I've never looked at school buses the way I'm looking at them now. Every time I see one now, I know I'm almost an expert. I can't tell you whether it's a freight liner, whether it's an international, whether it's Thomas, whether it's Bluebird. I can tell you now simply because of what the minister did. Right? Now look at this. It says, let's ask the obvious question. If the goal was really to save money, Minister Vaz, why didn't they award the contract to a certified procurement company that knows what it's doing? Why? And listen to this. The invoice we have, it comes from a company out of Chicago called DARYL Advisors LLC. Right? It's a US-based company listed as the exporter of at least the 26 ones that we're looking at. And their business is consulting. So we want to know, what is their role? Are they freight handlers? Are they brokers? Are they middle people getting paid? We saw where they said that they have a reseller's license in Illinois. And a reseller's license is when you buy something and you're going to sell it.
Yeah.
So that's passed on certain taxes and things like that. So are we saying that DARYL purchased the vehicles and then sold them to the Jamaican government? There's a lot to be ferreted out there. We have a lot more work to do, people. That's why we're going on part 4. Was this about moving buses or moving money, people? Here we go. The question is this. Oops. How many persons, companies are really involved in this 1.4 school bus initiative? How many? At best, this looks like sloppy mismanagement, but we know it's because this is not sloppy mismanagement. This appears to be intentional and deliberate, knowingly and intelligently. This doesn't appear to be, dumbos running around. Oh, by the way, remember now, they either have degrees or they have common sense, and the rest of us have not idiots. But what we know is that it has resulted in waste. It has resulted in abuse of the law. And therefore, at this point, we're calling on the Auditor General to conduct an audit. And you know why, people? Because the Auditor General has the authority. She has the authority to recommend a surcharge action to the Financial Secretary in the Ministry of Finance and Public Service. And we're saying Let's look at the invoices. Let's look at all the documentation. And where we see that we have overspent, we must issue that surcharge action against the people responsible. And if I didn't hear the minister speak, I would say he had nothing to do with it. And you know why? Because when you read the law, it says that the person really in charge of procurement in the ministry is the permanent secretary. However, in this ministry, Mr. Vaz's ministry, the person responsible for procurement is the chief technical director for corporate services. And what do we know about that person and that position? That position was advertised about a week and a half ago. And if you look it up, you'll see where they say the position is vacant. What happened to that gentleman? The timing is very suspicious. But he's gone. His job is advertised. We need to know answers to these questions. And that's why people, we cannot let these stories be 9-day wonders. My dear friend, Mr. Tavares, and I were speaking to a devout, and I won't use the word diehard, a devout JLP supporter who's a dear friend of ours who's watching this program. We love him to death. We've had some very, very lively conversations with him. And when I mentioned to this gentleman about fertilizer, you know what he said to me? He said, all-time story that, man, that done and gone. And I said to him, if that's the attitude, then corruption will continue to be pervasive in Jamaica. Because when we look at it, we said 9 days gone by, done and gone, forget about it, let's move on to another one. People, we cannot let this happen. We simply cannot let this happen. And as long as there's a Jeffrey Tavares and there's a Wilfred Rattigan, it won't happen. And there are others as well. It's not just the two of us. Plenty other people in the space doing what we're doing. And we commend them and we embrace them. Because we're all in the fight to save the Jamaican people from these bloodsuckers. These people who call themselves servants, but they serve only themselves and their compadres and their family members. They don't serve the people they claim to represent. So we are going to continue with this story. There's a lot more. I look up here and I can go left. I can take this story anywhere I want to take it. And anywhere I take it, we're going to end up right back here. We're going to end up in a position where we're asking questions. Where did the money go? Why was the contract issued to this person? Who is this person up in Chicago? Why did the minister involve himself in the procurement process when he's not supposed to be? The procurement process in his ministry is handled by the chief technical director for corporate services, who reports directly to whom? The permanent secretary.
Permanent secretary.
Yes. The minister is not mentioned in the law when it comes to procurement. He's not mentioned. So it was easy. The minister could have easily said, I don't know anything about this. I have to go talk to the permanent secretary. But what did the minister say? The minister said, no, I might think this, and I'm paraphrasing him. He knows about this. And who is out there talking all the time about this? It's him. And what is he doing? He's justifying something that cannot be justified. He's defending the indefensible. And then on top of that, my people, on top of that, here is one of the most wicked acts. They take your money, claims to them go buy used buses. Remember now, take your money, claims to them go buy brand new second hand. That's what them claims to them go buy. And we know so them are not brand new second hand. Them are not even brand new third hand. I all bust them. We know this. But then them turn around and say, okay, the children will ride for free. Who said that? The chief servant of Jamaica. He said that, and to be accurate, he was talking about in St. Thomas. He said, ride for free. And since then, we have heard from Minister Vaz and we have heard from MP Bobby Montague. And what did they say? The picnic them going to have to pay. No. Mr. Montague, when he said that, he might have been referring to his constituency. But then think about this, Mr. Montague. Why is it that your constituency should pay $100 a day and then a constituency in St. Thomas pay $0? Why? And then on top of that, and I'm going to end with this. The man mentioned, Savaz mentioned about Miss Matty, who would have to make choices between her children. And so she couldn't send, she couldn't send 6 or whatever the number is, so she would have. No, she can't send 4 because it's subsidized. That's what she's saying. That's what I'm saying. What I do understand is that Miss Matty cannot afford $400 a day to send her picnic them go to school. This is how wicked these people are. This is how wicked they are. But I tell you, Mr. Vaz and your collaborators, don't worry about Miss Matty picnic. Worry about Miss Ratty picnic. Mr. Tavares, over to you, sir.
Take off this screen from it, Mr. Rattigan. I want everybody to see us. And I want you to repeat what you said a while ago before we go. We have a minute. Don't worry about who or about Miss who.
Don't worry about Miss Matty. Picking them.
Worry about who?
Ratty. Picnic.
There you go. My last thing is this. Mr. Vaz, you did not put this procurement out there in the Gleaner for anybody to bid for it. It's not in the Gleaner. I've checked. I don't see it in there. The Jamaican people who's watching us. Wilfred Radigan, with Risson Radigan, and make we talk with Jeffrey Tavares. So I'm not here to bring down any government. We're not a member of any political party. We're not a blog of the People's National Party or a blog of the Jamaica Labour Party. We are Jamaicans. And Jamaica come first for every single one of us on this platform here. Jamaica come first. And I say to the Jamaican people tonight, do not let this be a 9-day wonder. Continue to speak about it in election after election. We must speak the truth. And somebody must go jail for this. Bus after bus after bus, jail after jail after jail. Thank you all for joining us.
Surcharge. People, there will be no relax with the rebel tonight because we are on the move. But tomorrow, come and sit with us on Easy Like Sunday with the rebel and Kevin Stew, because we're going to teach you how to file. Well, DJ Kevin Stew as well as Jeanette Calder, because we're going to teach you everything you need to know about ATIs. So until then, I'm going to take care of yourself.
Hold on, Mr. Rattigan. Remind the people where we're broadcasting from, sir.
We are broadcasting from Brooklyn, New York, from Risson Medical and Aesthetics, located at the corner of New York Avenue and Avenue H. We're here. We're going to pack up now, so we're going to go to meet the people and chat with them and press the flesh and talk up some issues and things like that, because the people want who we and touch and so we are going to go out there and make people know exactly what we want.
And remember, remember to join me on Make We Talk, a current affair program this Monday. And on behalf of all of us here, Wilfred Radigan, I'm Jeffrey Tavares, returning to the studios of Reggae Global Radio. And thanks to all of us, all this who comes on to watch us. Thank you all very much. Have a great afternoon, everybody.
Big up on yourself, people. We never play the music for God, because this is just so sad. All I can tell you is open up your eyes, see for yourself. Open up your eyes. Know for yourself. Take care. Bye-bye.